Okay, party people. Let's get back to it. Yes, a beautiful bed. An absolutely luxurious bed. Alright, so, what were we up to? We found, in the prison, a door that is locked by a keypad. And we also found a note saying, hinting, that the code to the keypad is somewhere up north here in the mine. And so we're heading that way to see if we can find that key code. While we were coming down this way, we were accosted by an impassable cliff and several fluffy animals, which
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
basically led us to having... There should be a whole bunch of food. Where is it? Where did I put it? Oh, here. So we've got a whole bunch of food. We've got a whole bunch of water. We've got a whole bunch of firewood in case we need that later. And so what we're going to do is we're going to try to head north in one shot. There's probably a lot of wolves along the way, so I don't want to be stopping if we don't have to. And we also probably want a decent amount of food on account of... I'm not sure how deep that mine up there is, and we may be loitering there for a while. So... yeah, so that, we've got all this food over here. The question is how much to take, and I think we want to take more than I would normally take, just so we don't have to come back. Okay, so now we're heading straight north. Probably going to take this pass here and see where that goes. Hopefully there aren't wolves there again. Okay, so let's see, where are we? And where are we going? Let's just make sure we have a little bit of firewood.
I need to drop something.
We can actually probably drop a bunch of that, but we'll be eating and drinking this carry weight. And we can burn it and drop it too if there's anything really nice over at the mine. But until then, we're walking. And hydrating. Okay, what time is it? It is evening, so not the ideal time to leave out. I probably would have preferred to go in the morning, but as long as it's sunny, I'm happy. Because sunny usually means you've got great sight lines and, oh no. Well, because, well, there's a triple entendre on the Yuchi bit, and then, because I'm trying stuff. Not always succeeding. But at least trying. Okay, this looks like it might be a little cave. Let's check it out. Could also be a dead end. Ah, but it is a cave. But one, it's hard to get in, and two, I don't think there's anything interesting in here. But I will pop a charcoal, if only to put it on the map. Yeah, because we missed it when we were coming up this way. It's a triple entendre. It's a what's the word for two words that sound the same? A homophone. A homophone, and just honestly, what's in a name? A rose by any other name smells just as sweet. Okay, so this is where we found that bath salts wolf before, so let's just be a little bit careful about it. Hello, Stitchy. Welcome. We're on a quest to go to Granpappy's mine, as I'm sure you saw, and hopefully not get eaten by a wolf on the way there. But there's rabbits over there, there can't be any wolves nearby, I hope. And I'm pretty good. We'll see if that remains the case. It may or may not. There's only one way to find out. Hopefully you're doing pretty well as well. Perhaps on a break or a commute. Yeah, always be careful around the cliffs. Finn, let's not try to take any shortcuts this time. But I mean, it's a model as far as the model is concerned. I'm not sure if it's a nice model, but the scuffedness of it is part of the charm. Okay, let's see. I actually wasn't expecting this little detour to be able to go this far. I was expecting there to be something like a dead end over here. Yeah, what's up? I answer questions. Sometimes I answer them with other questions, so I'm not entirely sure that I can promise you a satisfying response, but I'll give it a try. Okay, there's a cheeky way around here. Maybe... So I know of it. Well, don't get too attached to the model because I may be changing some things soon. But as far as do I know has been, if you're talking about the... there's like a cartoon or like an anime for that, I think. That's the only name that I recognize that from, but I've never seen it. So unfortunately, I can only say I know of it. I wouldn't say that I know it properly. Yeah, so I do know of it. I remember when the original trailer came out, I might have watched the first maybe half of that, but I haven't kept up with it since then. Okay, and I think last time, or maybe even the time before that, I saw a cheeky little path. So from right over here, I was looking in this direction, I saw a cheeky little path up into this side area. I'm guessing that's where this is going to end up. Or at least if it doesn't, that would be a waste. Find another sort of Dark Souls style shortcut. Oh no. That's a climbing rope. Well, unfortunately, I'm not a VA kind of a guy. So you're probably going to want to look for someone with a little bit more experience. Okay, so this is a one-way situation. But it's actually good to know that there's a little cheeky spot over there with a rope. Okay, we might check that later. And you know, I've only rarely been accused of even being literate. So even a script might be tough. Okay, so that was, I guess, a fine detour. Could have been worse. Oh no, this is why I need to change the model. I could see why you'd say that. I can actually definitely see why you'd say that. But I need to flatten the snout a little bit, and I need to add colors. Those are two things that I haven't done yet. Probably, maybe tomorrow I'll do a quick little stream where I flatten the snout in Blender. And then I need to figure out how the hell to add textures to a model. 'Cause I've never done that before. This is like actually the just default white, no texture color. Although perhaps it's not so inappropriate that I'd be a polar bear, for reasons that shall probably remain secret. Wah wah wah. Okay, that's a dead end there. Let's see. I think so. Normally, when I've come up this way before in the campaign, I followed the road, and the road ends up over here on the right side of the map, the far eastern edge. But from the road, you can definitely see that there are foothills in the area that we're currently walking in. Well, let's just say if I was to answer the question, I may as well have doxed myself, and that's you know, not quite ready to take that step yet. But right now we're just going into kind of this foothill area. I think there may be cliffs that will force us onto the road eventually, because we're walking that way right now. And I definitely heard an awoo over up in that cliff area. So we just need to be a little bit careful about that. Yeah, maybe you can speculate. Not that I'll promise any confirmations. Okay, so we have another cave. Yeah, I know. So luckily though, I believe that awoo was somewhere up here on the other side of the cliff. And I know enough about this area, I know enough about this region that we can probably completely avoid that awoo that I just heard. Now, that's not to say that it is the only awoo to be concerned of. There's this this area that I'm circling right here with the mouse is above the cliff that we're under. There's probably a wolf pack there. There's definitely, well, there's almost certainly a wolf pack over here on the road, and those guys, we're guaranteed to have to go by at this rate. The only question is, can we sneak? That's a moose. That is a M-O-O-S-E. So we're going to go around that, buddy, because the last time I did any kind of poking at a moose's personal space, it fucked me up good. Like, real good. And I'm not trying to get another set of broken ribs. Okay, yeah, I think we can probably go around, famous last words, of course. But we just need to remember that if we do get pushed by some timber wolves, we can't come back this way. Because I wouldn't want to get moose attacked and then also timber wolf attacked. Yeah, here's the road again. So it looks like we are indeed forced onto the road, unless there might be a way if we cut into these foothills on the left here. But until then, hopefully we don't need to worry about making that choice. But it is getting kind of dark. Let's see, do we have the bedroll? We do. Okay, so there are actually a bunch of caves up in this area. Like, an unreasonably large number of caves. There's probably one or two off into these cliffs in the distance to the right. And I believe there's one somewhere up in those foothills too. So I think we follow the road, because the road should give us the best eye line and sight line to see if we don't get snuck up on by some wolves. And it also gives us a nice little cave somewhere on the right as a backup. Oh, I keep forgetting to charcoal. I probably waited too long. There's almost certainly going to be a gap. Okay, not the worst. Not the worst wait. Let's see. What do we want to do here? Yeah, so here's the plan. This road is going to eventually curve up to the north, and then somewhere on the left is eventually a pretty large cave system, if I remember, where it's more elaborate than your average cave. Oh, hello. This is what happens when you get distracted. We're going to take a quick detour to this house, and maybe even spend the night there. Because I do remember this lake area, but I thought it was farther to the south. But if we're this close, and it's getting dark, it will probably behoove us to detour here. Because this is actually a pretty cozy location for a base if we were to make one here. We don't need to, because we've got all that food over by Cook's farm. And there's also, we don't have anything to hunt here unless we were going to lure the moose or do something with that. But I'm not ready for that smoke. But this little house is kind of nice because it doesn't have separated interior. It's something you can walk straight into. And so you can enjoy the vibes.
Could end up being useful.
Yeah, hacksaw, workbench. We got some sulfur, it looks like. Yeah, look at this cute little spot here.
Feels like night is coming.
Okay, soup, flashlight, might need to use that if there's an aurora. Matches, always take the matches. Ooh, message. It's the best way down, which means the best way up too. What? Like, actually, what? I see, okay. Okay, so there's... Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so there's some kind of memento over there. Probably, because it's only a hint and not a location, we might have to climb down into the valley to find it. Just make sure there's not a key that we're missing. I guess not. Okay, anything else nice? Don't need the vest. Now, this might be a little bit of a spoiler, but in the campaign, there's... Yeah, here, this. This hatch was...
Excellent.
Well, I don't know if it's hidden per se, but... I guess it's pretty decent storage. Okay, so... Probably don't need the ammunition. Do we still have that revolver? I think we might have dropped it. Yeah, we dropped the revolver, unfortunately. Okay, so... Is there anything that we can do? We can, aha. We can read our book until we can align our sleep with dawn. Although there's only 1 hour left. So probably not the best waste of time. Okay, I think we're still doing pretty okay. So let's sleep and see how far this gets us into the night. Actually, first let's drink a little bit. Slurp. Okay, and we can probably only get about 8 hours before we wake up. But we will wake up. Okay, it is still in the dark part of dawn. Let's wait for 2 hours, sleep for 1, and then we should be ready to head out. Okay, this is an aurora. Let's actually go. Partially because I kind of want an excuse to pick up this flashlight. Where'd that flashlight go? Here.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Because during an aurora, ta-da, the flashlight works. And it's good for scaring wildlife. Because during the aurora, the wildlife is on bath salts, but it also becomes light sensitive. So this is really the only situation where you would bother to carry a flashlight. And who knows, if we look out during the mine exploration up north, if there's an aurora then too, we can use the flashlight inside, I believe. But I've never tried it. We shouldn't be able to, just because electromagnetic waves probably shouldn't be able to penetrate all the way into a mine. But if that's the way they made it, that's the way they made it. Okay, and I also forgot to pop a charcoal over there. That's fine. It's not the end of the world. This ought to do. Getting a little bit low on charcoals. Only 5 left after this. Okay, not the best, but that right there has got to be the map edge. So let's follow it until we can find that cave. So, you probably heard something, but specifically when there's auroras, there is the occasional distressing background noise. So if you heard a single one-off crack, that was probably an aurora background noise that will only play during nights like this. And it took me longer than I would care to admit to actually train myself to not jump when that sound plays. We just need to be a little bit... We need to be very vigilant in keeping sightline discipline. because it's really up here. Especially there should be a... Yeah, there should be a whole bunch of downed trees up here. It's past those trees that I'm really worried about. So I want to get up on this little hill to the left. That should let us see ahead and what we're walking into. Okay, it sounds quiet. Yeah, there's just creaking trees, and every once in a while there's a pop. But as long as this aurora is out, we're pretty much playing Alan Wake. Okay, what have we got? Do we have any motion? Whoops. Not this, we want this. Alright, I'm not seeing anything. And it's actually getting close enough to dawn that maybe, just maybe... Oh, that's a bear noise. That is some kind of noise. What was that noise? I heard a honk. I absolutely just heard a bear noise. Where the hell was that? But I also just heard it run by. What? Okay, well now we need to be careful of a bear being this way, because I am 100% certain there it is. There's our buddy. Let's think. Let's think. If there's a bear here, that might mean that there aren't any wolves. Because based on... I don't know if you remember, but when I first came into this region, I was expecting there to be wolves just all over this southern area here, and there were no wolves anywhere to find. But there was a bear. There was a bear sharking around the substation. I'm wondering if now that there's a bear somewhere up here, maybe we can check out the hunter's blind. Maybe that means that there are no wolves here, which means we should be safe to move a little bit more quickly and recklessly than I was originally planning to. Yeah, I think we just stay away from the bear. We hope that the aurora goes away as dawn comes. But as long as we can turn the flashlight on, it's still aurora mode. And we hope that the bear doesn't go crazy, because I don't know if the flashlight will work on the bear. That I do not know. And it's not something I relish trying to find out. Okay. Yeah, we can definitely hope not to find out. Okay, here's the cave that I was thinking of. So let's go close enough to it that we can pop a charcoal. And actually, maybe not too close, because we kind of need to hope that this isn't the bear's cave. Still got flashlight. Just be a little bit quick about this. Okay, this is definitely the bear's cave. So, just in case the bear comes over this way, let's be a little bit off axis. And see if this will... Okay, so it didn't put it on the map, but I think I'm actually okay with that for now.
Thank goodness. Made it through another night.
Okay, so he says, yeah, see now we have no battery on the flashlight. Okay, so that means that the aurora bear should be just a regular bear. And, yeah, normally I would have expected there to be a timberwolf pack right about where we're walking through. So now my current belief is that if there's a bear in the region, there tend not to be wolf packs. Alright, so this is still okay despite the coldness, because I believe that there's that second, I mentioned, a slightly more involved cave. Should be maybe somewhere over on the left here, maybe even down in this little nook. Yeah, I think we go through this nook. And there's a cave. Okay. So, first we see where are these crows. Okay, over there, so maybe there's something to check. But for now, let's get close enough to this cave so that we get it with the charcoal. And we can maybe warm up a little bit inside.
I felt so cold in my life.
Because we're a little bit chilly this morning. Okay, what have we got here? Is this a bedroll that we don't need, a fire that we don't need, some firewood that we don't need?
What have we here?
Yeah, that bedroll is only 42% condition. We'll take the coal. Coal can always be useful. Let's see, we can start working on our food and water weight. It's like we're a bodybuilder cutting before a competition. Okay, you know what? Let's actually pop a quick squat here. We can sleep for an hour. It sounds windy outside. I'm hoping a blizzard doesn't pick up. Can't always be so lucky, but sometimes you can. Okay, looks like we're still good outside here. Well, as long as you boil it for long enough, it should be safe. It's like, I think pasteurization, like they do with milk, is heat and pressure. So I guess it's not proper pasteurization. Don't quote me on that, though. But it's close enough. And it actually kind of looks cloudy, but also not cloudy at the same time. This sky is confusing me. Okay, so we have a deer here, which has 1.5 kilos of meat in case we need it. So it's good to remember about that. Yeah. So right over here, there's a very distressing bridge that we're going to have to cross. Okay, so here's what I know about this region. If we turn left here and we follow this road down, I believe that leads to a sort of canyony valley area. It's still high altitude, but that will lead to that cliff area where we did confirm an awoo earlier. Okay, more deer, so we should still be safe up here. Yeah, so this right here is going to go into that area. How many charcoals do we have? We have 2 charcoals. So I kind of want to find my way to that climbing spot just to know that it's there. And maybe even if we're lucky, the memento cache will be up on top of the cliff instead of down the cliff. But if it's not an easy find, we'll head back and get to the mine before we go anywhere else. Okay, but there could be that wolf that we heard somewhere in this vicinity. Okay, there's our climbing rock. So is the memento cache up here or down? The moment of truth. Okay, that looks clear. And we only have 1 scent mark, so we shouldn't be drawing too much. Do we have anything that looks like a cache? Not really. And how far down does this go? Ooh, that's actually quite a ways. Alright, well, maybe let's put a pin in this. And we can come back to that later. For now, we're hitting this mine. Well, we can pop 1 more charcoal right before we get to the bridge. There may be, I think we turned a little bit early. I think we're somewhere in here. There may be a sort of radio tower. I have a vague recollection. It may not be a correct one, where that road branches to the south, because this isn't a proper road that would show on the map. So like some would say, let's move it, move it. Okay, that is just some tree branch. Yeah, so we got more road than I was thinking. Oh, hello. Whew. I saw a shape walking from behind that tree trunk. Okay, that is not great, and the wind is not great. Oh, shit. Yeah, we started an impromptu fire. And as long as the wind doesn't... Yeah. Oh, shit. They are really aggressive. Okay, so... we're just basically fighting with impunity here. Alright, so... morale broken. Only took a little bit of a beating. Luckily, I think we do have some antiseptic that we can use. Yeah, we got this lichen. That's a pretty big pack, actually. Okay. How... what the hell? That deer is just chilling with a huge timberwolf pack right there? That is some bullish. Okay, so... we popped this guy. Get that arrow back. We popped another dude. Oh, but I guess that arrow broke, so we get that back immediately. That's actually pretty convenient. I know, right? That deer just DGAF. Okay, so let's remember that there's a wolf there. Actually, because I think we might... two reasons. Reason number one, if this fire burns down, we get another charcoal. Reason number two, that's a nice amount of meat. 6.9 kilograms. Reason number two is I don't think their morale will get back so quickly. And this wolf, this wolf meat will let us loiter in the mine for longer. 34 minutes. Can we actually... yeah, let's do a little bit of water. And perhaps even, can we cheekily cook a tiny bit of this wolf meat? Probably not, unless we get really lucky with the embers. Let's see. Yeah, I think, well, maybe we'll get lucky. Basically, we need to change our plan. Deer carcass. Yeah, where are we? At any rate, okay, so that did cook. Perfect. Get our charcoal. 2 charcoals, that's a larger windfall than I was expecting. And let's get up to that bridge, which is either defensible or they can't cross it. Drink. Oof. Well, that was a pretty big wolf pack. Okay, so their morale is still broken. I just heard him squeal over there. And you know what? This gets a little danger mark. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, so that was, I think, the biggest pack I've seen yet. There were, you're right, at least 5 of them. There were definitely at least 5. We got one outright. We stuck another one, and he should eventually bleed out, which I think does mean that there's at least 3 left. And they must have all just been napping up here at this turn. And of course, this freaking Chad of a deer is just like, yeah, what of it? Okay. First off, this is where we want to pop this charcoal. Second off, do you see that bunker right there? Oh, you know what? I'm kind of salty that that bunker wasn't put on the map from this charcoal. I'm actually moderately salty because of that. Okay. So, maybe they all just came out of this hatch. Let's see if there's anything good in here. If there isn't anything good in it, I'm not even going to bother doing another charcoal to put it on the map.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Yeah, honestly, I think I was pretty lucky there because we could have been caught out in a much worse situation. Usually, yeah, this place is basically empty. Usually, if you're starting a fire, they'll just, well, if there is a fire, they usually won't actually attack you because they're afraid of the fire. Unless probably during an aurora, they're a little bit too crazy. Yeah, so this is basically empty. I'm actually surprised that that one took a swipe at us as we were starting the fire, because usually it counts that as there being a fire and they don't attack. But maybe it was just such a big pack that they felt brave enough. But yeah, if if they had waited until we were rounding that corner to say, "You walked into the wrong neighborhood, bud," we would have had a bad time, a much worse time than we did, because we did have the opportunity to find that spot and start that fire. Ooh, hello. Is that a cheeky little spot over there that I want to check, or is that a dead end? I think it might be a dead end over here, but it doesn't hurt to check. Aha, a backpack. Do we have anything nice over here? A backpack and some coal.
This stuff will come in handy.
Okay, don't need the cap. We'll take the ammo. And other than that, dead end, but worth it. And now we get to cross this bridge. Ooh, actually, let me think.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Did I walk past some old man's beard lichen on one of these trees? I want to go over to this hill just to check, because we are pretty low on things that can work as topical antibiotics. Normally I have 2 or 3. Yeah, I don't see any on the trees, hanging from the trees. Normally I like to have at least 2 or 3 old man's beard poultices for infection purposes in case we get a wolf bite or something along those lines. But right now we only have the one, which is not a very large safety cushion. But I guess we just have to deal with it. If we find some antiseptic, we can pick that up. Okay. Well. This bridge is a lot less bridgy than I recalled. So, how are we going to handle this? Let's think. Okay, we did get the cache on the map. Let's think. So, the memo that we found in the prison said that the guy was heading up towards the mine. Or, what did it say? Let's see. We want to find... Here, notes, I think. And... yeah, Blackrock memo. Find me at the mine, east, we went east and up the hill, looking up at the mountain. I got a lead on this door. Find you at the mine. How am I going to find you at the mine, my dude? If the bridge going over to the mine is completely busted. Okay, these crows here, I think these crows are a hint. Because the existence of those crows implies the existence of a dead body of some sort down in the middle of that ravine. Oops, let's get off of this steep. And the existence of a body placed on the map implies the ability to reach that location somehow or another. I think the way we might do this is we go down on Fool's Corner. Yeah, the note in the cabin, the easiest way down and up. That's exactly what I was thinking. We go down to probably the memento hint that we got from the note in the cabin. And then, because that body is somewhere right underneath this bridge, even though the bridge is out. I think we have to go that way. Okay, let's think, actually. Let's think. Before we go down, because we are substantially over encumbered, we're about 11 kilograms over, I think we do a little bit of checking out in these sort of labyrinthine maze areas up here, just to see if there is somewhere we can stash our stuff as a temporary base. So first things first, we panic because we're running a little bit low on arrows. We're going to have to probably make a bunch more once we get back to our substation. But for now, I think 8 should be enough to get us along, even if we do have to get into another big fight. Yet normally I would say there being a deer ahead of us means we're safe, but no more. Oh, especially because you're getting hunted. You know what? Oh, shoot. I was going to third party that guy, but he saw me. Okay, well, we're a little bit too over encumbered to pick up that meat right now. We might come back for it. It was unfortunate that he saw us. That would have been a good opportunity to continue whittling down that herd. That pack of wolves. Okay, let's see. What do we have? We have... You know what? This cave might be our best bet. It almost guarantees that we're going to have to fight this pack, at least until it goes to extinction. But we might have to go back down and... put all our stuff in that cave. The one that we saw with the fire. Or at least the fireplace. Okay, but I want to do a little bit of exploration up here just first. These corridors are a little bit more linear. It should be easier to fight something if it comes up on us. Should be. It's not promised. And despite it not being nighttime, we're actually halfway on our fatigue meter. Which means we do want to find some place to take a nap eventually. I do suspect there won't be such a place up here. I don't remember any caves, but, you know, my memory isn't 100% in this area because I've only been here once. And that was a while ago. Was quite a decent amount of time in the far-flung past. Let's get to that. There should be, I think, another T-junction up here somewhere. Let's get there and pop a charcoal. See what that reveals. Okay, still listening for a wooze, because we're heading down this way, which is towards that awoo we heard a long time ago. And you never know what you might find. Actually, if there's no obvious intersection, by the time we hit this turn, we'll do a charcoal there. Because I don't want to go too far. I'm sure you know how I feel about gaps. Yeah, this will be good. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah, that's pretty nice. Although I believe... Surely, I mean, this looked like a dead end, but surely it's not. This must be our deer carcass. And, okay, interesting. So there's an entire plateau over here. Unless that's another deer carcass. Hard to tell. Unless... Actually, is that a cheeky little spot that completely bypasses this road? I sort of hope it is. And it might actually be. Let's get on top of this hill over here, and first off, we got some beard lichen, which is great. Well, let's get on top of that hill and pop another charcoal, see exactly where we are. It takes 3 of these lichens to make 1 poultice. Whoops, do not want to launch an arrow into the sky. Oh, and there's even more over there. Okay, there's the hunter's blind. This hunter's blind. Which means we did see the air, not the air. We did see the bear somewhere in this vicinity. And we also heard the awoo somewhere in this vicinity. But surely not this high up. Okay. Okay, so here's, I think maybe that cliff that we were under before. So there is a way up here. There is a second way up that we can avoid the Timberwolf pack with. And, you know, as close as that cave over there is, you've got the cliff cave down here. Yeah, I think what we do is we try to find our way down to the cliff cave, because that's the safest spot to chill. Maybe even start a fire, cook some of this wolf meat that's not cooked yet. Yeah, it is getting late. It's time to be napping, although we're not so tired that we can sleep till dawn. Also on Twitch, hello Gara. Welcome. We're trying not to be eaten by wolves. And not always succeeding. Okay, so here's, I think, the strat. We hit this cliff cave, and this can be our temporary base. Unless, would it be cheeky to do it in the hunter's blind? No, because I think the bear shark's around there. So we drop all of our extra stuff at that cliff cave, and we head over to, what was this called? Fool's Folly or something? And we climb down tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning, maybe even still before dawn. Because we've charcoaled, we've basically revealed everything that we care to reveal, because I just need to remember that this connects, and that's fine. So, yeah, I think we can work this. You know what? I forgot about that goddamn moose. Was the cave before or after the moose? I'm almost certain the cave was before the moose. Well, that certainly messes up that plan. Okay. Let's not mess around with that. Second plan, we do basically the same thing, but we do it in the hunter's blind and just hope the hunter's blind will defend us from the bear. It can be our tower, our castle tower. And hey, worst case scenario, if the bear does start poking around, we can just stick it with an arrow. Unless, do we want to, there's so many options. I think we check the hunter's blind first. Yeah, let's go back up, check the hunter's blind. Actually, I think it's probably, I'm worried about breaking my ankle going up here. I think we should be all right though, just because these crampons are so strong. Yeah, this should be possible. It's not, unless it's too steep. Question mark? Yeah, I think we, nope. Okay, we're definitely going to break an ankle here. Yep, oh gosh. Well, I guess a wrist will do too. This is why we have bandages. Alright, and we can just suck up the pain. Well, we go around the long way then. It should be a little bit more gentle of an incline. Let me move this over here. Yeah, although if you do get caught out with a sprained wrist, you can't use the bow. You need to find some place where you won't get eaten. Like, for example, if we run away from a pack of wolves and we spin too long on one of these very steep inclines and sprain a wrist, we can't use the bow. Oh, the question, how long have I been streaming? Well, I guess it's been on and off for a few weeks now. Basically, long enough to... What did we do? When did I start streaming? So, this is the world map. And for anyone on vertical, you're only going to see the middle. But I think I started streaming when I was somewhere over in the western regions, and then we went to the southern regions, and now we're cleaning up the northern regions. You can tell that it hasn't been very long by the scuffedness of the stream, and how everything is like default on all fronts. Okay. Now where the hell is that hunter's blind? More importantly, where is that? Because I'm certain that I saw, if I just keep following these cliffs on the left here, I'm certain that I saw a way up. Well, you've seen worse from people who have been streaming for longer. Well, I'll take the compliment whenever I can get it. Is this a cheeky little way up? I don't think it is. Also, I think this is just actually not traversable. It is traversable. Not traversable. Is traversable. Well, hey, I've said it before. I'm the most humble person you've ever seen. Far too humble. How dare you? How dare you insult me in such a way? So, actually, at this point, I am very confused by this wildlife. I don't know where the bear went. We got ganked by a surprise wolf pack. Okay, so the wolf pack is... Alright, the wolf pack started up here. The wolf pack has started migrating down, possibly after the first time we broke its morale. But luckily, its morale is still broken. Suffer from the my own worst critic type of approach. Well, at some point, and I might have reached this point, you just start sending it. Because honestly, half the time, when people see something and you think it's a mistake, this is exactly what we're looking for. This is the way up that we should have taken. When people, see something that you think is a mistake, as long as you don't tell them it's a mistake, they're not going to know. They'll think it was all part of the plan. Alright, so here's our cute little hunter's blind. This actually is maybe even secluded enough. Aha. Aha! Hello, you! Text scribbled on the back with details on a Blackrock Vista location. Found a higher spot to get a shot of the prison for you. Tried to make it scenic. Our power lines scenic. Well, when they're on, they are. When they're off, they're not. Alright, where is this? Son of a bitch. We've almost certainly popped a charcoal from right next to wherever that is. Oh, that is frustrating. Because that's almost certainly going to reveal everything that we've already... it really do just be like that. Well, we'll take the food.
Never would have thought to look here.
Mr. McKinsey would have never thought to look in a backpack. It's not making me think very highly of him. Okay, but for now, let's see how deep into the night we can get. Actually, let's not, because we are currently having an advantageous wind situation. Oh, you son of a bitch, I hear your paw pads. Let's listen. because we do have 3 scent marks. And 3 scent marks means that anybody who cares to hunt us from anywhere in the tri-region area will start making their way over. Yeah, look at that. Look at those little paw pads, those cheeky little paw pads. But that doesn't sound like a wolf. That sounds like a bear. So let's get eyes on. Yeah, hey buddy. Okay, so Mr. Winnie the Pooh is currently far enough away that he is not aggroed on us. Let's see exactly where he goes. If he starts heading over towards us, we go back into the hunter's blind and just hope he's not smart enough to make it up the stairs. In fact, if we're feeling cheeky enough, yeah, let's just get in here a little bit preemptively to see if he heads up, because I don't like there's kind of a hill that it's hard to see up. Okay, let's see if he rounds this corner. Because, oh, you son of a bitch. You cheeky little scamp, you. All right, we're trying to scare him off. You know? I'm not going to tell you I didn't plan that. And we're just going to pretend that I did. Sometimes things work out. And here I thought the best case scenario would be we hit him from far enough away that he doesn't know where we shot from and he runs off. Okay, so where is a good place? I would like to, first off, 28 kilograms of meat. That's a lot of meat. That's like, well, it looks like we're going to have another, okay. We have, so this one down here, this storage here, you son of a bitch. Literally, you son of a bitch, trying to sneak up on me. Okay, there's only one of them, though. Interesting. Let's put a pin in that wolf pack. We have kind of it's a weak sauce storage here at the entrance. Well, what neurotoxin? Okay, so these wolves keep trying to hunt us, probably because we have 3 scent marks. Yeah, so what neurotoxin for the arrows did you find in the middle of the tundra? Well, that's a really good question. I guess, yeah, let's just say we found some wolfsbane or something. Either that or, oh here, we have this Sweet Dreams herbal tea. I rubbed the leaves all over the arrows. Okay, yeah, these wolves are really trying to get some right now. But it sounds like their morale is broken still. Let's think. I suspect that if we harvest all this meat, it's going to take you son of a bitch. Their morale just... I had to say it, didn't I? I just had to say it. Okay, we limp up here. You know what? Right here. We don't have time to play games, because I want to get this fire started before this... Hopefully, they actually get scared of it this time. Alright, what up, punk? And... okay, 1, 2... Where's number 3? Okay, so perhaps there's only 2, and I say that for 2 reasons. 1, because there's only 2 that are showing up, and 2, that looks like 1 wolf worth of health bar, which means if we take one of these guys down, that means there's only 1 left. Usually, because timber wolves are pussies, and they only fight you when they're outnumbered, when you're outnumbered. If we can get one of these guys, we should be able to break the morale. Okay. Just need to actually... well, actually, you know what? Yeah, that's right. I'm cooking one of your brothers right in front of you. Doesn't he taste delicious? Doesn't he smell delicious? Oh, is it disrespectful? Is it maybe a little bit disrespectful to just cook your friend right as you're trying to come and eat me? Well, they say what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Yeah, I know. Okay, the next time this guy comes back, we're taking a pot shot. And pop. Missed. Come on. Come on, bud. Actually, you know what? Oh, gonna have to remember where that arrow went. Getting a little bit too liberal with these arrows. All right. How about you? And you hide behind the tree, huh? Come on, just make it easy for me. Yeah, they're going pretty far before coming back. Yeah, so let's see. We've got one arrow down here in the grass and one arrow right over that hill. Just got to make sure we remember to pick them up. Has Bro forgotten? I think he might have forgotten. No, I guess not. All right, come on. Come on. No? You're being a little bit too serpentine. Oh, okay. Got him in the ankle, which ought to be good enough. Yeah, we got him. We stuck him good. There's number one. I think... Let's see. So, usually, if you can hit an animal with some kind of attack, whether that be a bullet, an arrow, or something, usually they will basically bleed out until they eventually die. And even though we only did a tiny little sliver of damage to their health bar, I think that one that we hit should eventually bleed out and die. And while we're waiting for that to happen... Okay, we're done with the book, so we can add the book as fuel. While we're waiting for that to happen, I think we might actually just cook this. Yeah, there he goes. See, he ought to have just died when that health bar went off. Okay. If I was intelligent, I would have actually put the fire right next to the bear. I guess it's okay. So we have enough cooking time. We can put these meats on, and we can play triple duty here. Because while these two meats are cooking, we have 45 minutes there. We can probably harvest a decent chunk of this bear. 45 minutes for this will give us about 11 kilos of meat. All right, so we harvest this, we go back, we swap the meat on the fire, and we can basically just do this as long as the fire doesn't blow out.
It's starting to weigh me down. It's dusk, so night can't be far behind.
This is actually kind of perfect, except at this rate, by the time we wake up from sleeping, it'll be sometime around noon, which maybe isn't the worst thing in the world. Okay. Yeah, we are pretty set right now as far as food and eventually drink will be. Okay, probably do another 11 kilos. Or thereabouts. Oh. How much fire time was left? Certainly more than 45 minutes. I hope. Okay, we're good. And two things. There's the arrow that we fired over that hill. We need to pick that up. And I believe an arrow stuck into that wolf's ankle that we hit. So we need to find that too. Eventually. Water. Water everywhere, and all of it to drink. Okay, but we're channeling our inner Gordon Ramsay. And did I drop all the bear meat? Yes, I did. We can put two of these. and then we harvest the rest of the bear meat, so this takes 57 minutes to cook.
Go.
So I think that's the next, the question is, do we go back to the base to get/make more arrows? That's what we do next. Right now we have 6, well, we can pick that other arrow up in the morning. We'll have at least 7 good arrows. And 7 arrows, I'm comfortable going up at least against one more wolf pack with 7 arrows. But I wouldn't want to go against more. So I think this is pretty much as far as I would push with just this, because, and this is part of my reasoning, because there should be just the one Timberwolf pack up in this entire northern region. So I'm not actually anticipating a fight down in this riverbed. So I don't think we need to worry about running out of arrows quite yet. But otherwise, yes, it would be a pretty big concern. And this meat, uncooked and cooked, is all mixed up. Which is just going to make things... Yeah, look at how fast we walk with this. Luckily, we don't have to go anywhere now, because there's only the...
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Correction, you can't walk with this much gear. There's only the pelt and the guts left to harvest on the bear. 41 minutes, we can add some more of this. And let's fast this forward some.
I'm getting weaker.
Yeah, poor Mackenzie is now burning the midnight oil. Okay, place. Actually, one, I didn't mean to open those peaches, but it's fine because we can use the tin can. And 2, we can actually... Where's this? There's coffee somewhere here. We can drink this coffee. And that should help us a little bit. Oh, and to answer the question I missed, yeah, this is my first model. More or less. More than less. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so we can keep that in our back pocket. And actually, we can start doing some water. All right. What would Gordon Ramsay would say? He would say, "It's fucking raw." Actually, we are very encumbered. We can limp over to the blind over here, and we can start dropping some of this stuff, because I think we're just going to leave it on the ground in the blind. Because it's raw food, it should actually do pretty well outside with the low temperature. So we can drop these. We can drop these guys. And also drop the water. Oh, we have another benefit here, and that is we only have the one charcoal left. Oh man, that better have been a deer noise I heard. Because I cannot see anything in this fog. Fog is the worst. Fog is possibly my worst enemy. Because fog means you can't see things, but the enemy animals, have extremely strong noses. Oops, did not mean to boil that dry. I suppose it's fine. And we're just getting our boil on.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Oops. Okay, didn't mean to put that there. Because really, we're dealing very strong with all this water. And all this meat. We probably don't need so much water. This is... Didn't mean to take that. This is very much a temporary... Despite all the bear meat. Very much intended to be a temporary location. To the point where I'm actually debating, do we even cook all this bear meat? Not sure. Oh, I did not mean to pass all that time. Because the water is the thing that is short, time-wise. Okay, how much water is this? About 4 liters? Maybe 1 or 2 more liters and then we're good for water here. Because we're just going down into the riverbed and coming... Hopefully just going down into the riverbed and coming back. It may be that there's a cheeky mine entrance down there somewhere, but if there is, I don't know about it. But also, if there is, we may be spending more time down there than I anticipate. Oops, did not mean to do that. And let's make sure this fire doesn't burn down prematurely. Okay, now, I think we are all cooking meat all the time. Yeah. How much meat do we have left? A lot. Yeah, actually a lot. So let's put what we've cooked up here. Drop all the water. And at this rate, God, it's almost dawn. So at this rate, we're going to be sleeping until dusk. Luckily, assuming that the weather is nice, we won't have to do any surveying down there. And drop probably all of you. I don't know, do you guys have any particular fans, or are you particular fans of a celebrity chef? I think Gordon Ramsay is probably the most well-known one. Okay, let's see how far this will take us. I do want to keep at least 1 charcoal in reserve.
Looks like I made it through another night.
Just because, as before, you never know when there's going to be a random wolf pack. Okay. Still 2 hours on the fire. Should be able to get at least a couple of batches out of it. Playing our Dance Dance Revolution cooking rhythm game. Oops. Double whoops. Yeah, Mukin sounds like maybe more on the European side of things. And if it's, if it's not on, not Water Place, it's not on the, typical Anglo-centric cooking channels, I probably wouldn't have heard of them. Okay, 35 minutes, might not get that second bear meat. But we might. Okay, we got it. So your embers need to wait for you to burn down. But we can drop most of the cooked meat and all of the raw meat over here. And see how much carry weight we have to deal with. Actually, I'm feeling extremely cheeky. No, I'm not. What I was thinking of doing... First, let's drop. What I was thinking of doing was going and seeing if we could snipe that moose from the top of this cliff. But I think that moose... So we are over here. The cliff ends kind of here-ish. I think the moose was in front of this cave, so I don't think we'll have an eye on it. Unfortunately. Okay, so what do we need? We need some food and some water. Drink the water. Eat some of this food. And we need to remember, we can't go... Okay, the wolves are starting to come back. Now, I believe at this point, it should be just the one guy in that Timberwolf pack. And if it's just the one, he's too much of a coward to actually attack us. So he should just run away every time he sees us. Okay, we got the hide. I don't care so much for the gut here, especially because especially because we don't have anywhere to cure it. Yeah, that guy. Get out of here, bud. Okay, where is that arrow that we fired wide? It should be somewhere in this grass, I want to say. There it is. I think I just saw it. Yeah, here. Perfect. Okay, so there's one arrow unaccounted for on that wolf that we stuck that ran away. He probably ran somewhere beyond the hill there. Although, with my luck with the bears earlier, this dude could be anywhere. And if he's not... That looks like a tree trunk. Okay, so we'll sleep. We'll wake up at midnight. So we'll wake up at midnight. Can we sneak the bedroll in here? Don't think so. We might need to move the raw meat
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
over here to this side. Keep the cooked meat. Okay, aha. Show me the pixel. There we go. Okay, that's perfect. Unfortunately, it's kind of cold. The bedroll's halfway decent, but we might not be able to sleep for too long if it keeps being this cold. So let's go for 1 hour and see where that puts us. Okay, so it did warm up. All right, this is actually perfect. So we can sleep until night. Those crows are for the bear. All right. We drink first, because I don't want to lose health. We should get all of our condition back from this long sleep, but I don't want to lose some at the tail end of it from dehydration. Yeah, so the reason I survived so long, I'll give you the lore once we wake up here. Because we'll be in the map. So we can also use that opportunity to listen around and see. Well, the weather is, oh my god, that is some fog. Well, we might have to wait until this fog burns off because I will get lost if it's this mucky. Okay, so when I started this, let me go over here so I can move things around for anyone on vertical. Yeah, here we go. When I started this survival mode, I started up in the top left in Hushed River Valley. It's a pretty inhospitable location. It doesn't really have many interior places you can hide from the wind. It has a bunch of caves, but they're not great stocked. And it's also a region I had never been in before. So my first order of business was to get the hell out of there. So almost died, but I ended up running, finding a way to this mountain town area, which I had been to before. And eventually making my way down to the Forlorn Muskeg, over to Mystery Lake, through the ravine to Coastal Highway. Now, I had played this game. This game has been in development / out for a long time, actually. It came out episodically, and the last episode only recently came out. But years and years ago, when only the first episode was out, and maybe even a little bit before then, I had played this game, and there was only a limited number of regions there. And in those regions, there were, here, the Coastal Highway, Desolation Point, and maybe Mountain Town was also there. So I'm actually somewhat familiar with Coastal Highway and Desolation Point. I spent months in-game making pretty nice bases here. So I spent a whole lot of time in Coastal Highway and Desolation Point. And then, once I was pretty much set there, I headed over to these western areas that I had never been to before. I guess I'd been to some of them, but to pretty much explore them completely. And for example, we go here, we can see that, yeah, here, I've explored a bunch of these western locations pretty much completely. Actually, there's a little bit north here and a little bit in the southwest here that I haven't gotten in Forlorn Muskeg. We can put a pin in that. But 2 new regions that I had never been to before, even in the campaign, are Timberwolf Mountain and Ash Canyon. So after I fully explored the south and the west, I headed north from Coastal Highway through Pleasant Valley, spent a bunch of time surveying that. Not really a bunch of time. And then I found a little bit of a pass, and it led us to Blackrock, which is where we're currently surveying. So I'm going to finish up surveying Blackrock, more or less. And then what we're going to do is we're going to head over to Timberwolf Mountain, because I found a way from Pleasant Valley to Timberwolf Mountain. Okay, so that's the lore. And that's why this has been a pretty long survival. I wasn't expecting for this survival mode to last so long. But I keep getting sidetracked. Okay, let's wait and hope this fog burns off. And it didn't. So let's sleep and hope this fog burns off. Again, it probably won't. Knowing my luck anyway, but you never know. And that's going to be a no, dog. Okay, pick this guy up. And it's a little bit cold, so I don't want to spend a whole lot more time burning here. What we're going to do is we're going to figure out our carry weight situation so that we can be under our encumbrance limit. You have to be under that limit to be able to climb up or down one of these mountaineering ropes. We're going to head to this cliff face, take a left, and then just go in through this pass. And that's going to be how we get to Fool's Corner over here. Okay, so weight-wise, we are pushing it, which means we want to drop as much as we can here, or put it in the backpack so we can remember anything we want to pick up later. Okay. First, let's drop materials that we don't need. We don't need the hide, don't need the sulfur, the hide. We don't need the pelts. We don't need this many sticks. Sticks are easy to find. We can probably get more later. Don't need the scrap metal. Don't need the stump remover. So that's already a decent 4 kilos off. As far as these materials are concerned, there's not really anything that I would care to drop except for maybe one of these flares. Everything else I would like to keep with us. And I suppose we can drop the cleaning kits too. Food-wise, we want to pick up things. Okay. These guys-wise, we can drop the toque, because we're not wearing it. Need to remember when we go back to our substation base, we want to repair the rabbit skin hat before it breaks, because that is getting a little bit long in the tooth, to the point where it might not survive another wolf attack. Energy drinks, we can keep those. Those could be good in case we need to climb back up the rope, because I think they make you climb faster, and they make it so that you don't lose fatigue so aggressively. What do we have here? Yeah, I guess this is just about the most that we can really afford to drop. We can drop all these tinder plugs, because we don't need them. We can drop the accelerants, because I don't use them. And, you know, maybe we can drop some of these. I don't like to drop matches, and there's really only a ½ kilogram worth. So let's keep the matches. Just for funsies. Is there really nothing we can drop? I don't want to drop the flashlight just in case something terrible happens. Let's see. You know what? We can drop a whetstone, and we can
I need to find some place to escape this
drop. What can we drop? Don't want to drop a hatchet. Yeah, let's drop a flask. Drop a jerry can. That's pretty heavy. Okay, and now we can probably have about 2 liters of water. That should be nice. And we want to bring food. Food is the thing that would be hard to find. Okay, that's about as far as we can go. All right, next order of business. Get these charcoals. Head north.
Too heavy.
Okay, that's actually more charcoals than I was expecting. So, to compensate, we can drop some things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kilos of food. Can probably drop a wolf meat. And Not thirsty, huh? Well, let's see how you feel about that after drinking that or eating that granola bar. Okay, perfect. So let's be quick. I believe, well, one, I believe if we walk this way, we might run into that wolf. But I also believe that we'll eventually hit that cliff edge, although it's pretty hard to see. Here we go. Okay, so we follow this. There should be a deer carcass, and the deer carcass is where that turn into the valley is. Is it here? I think it's here. Yeah, there's the deer carcass, which means Fool's Corner is just this way. I'm hoping, and it's not that cold right now, but I'm hoping that there's going to be something like a cave or some kind of cover that we can find once we climb down this ravine. Wait a second. Here we go. I almost thought this was a dead end. I was like, where does it go? The answer is this way.
I'll die if I don't warm up soon.
All right. So this time, we're climbing the rope down. Climbing the rope down is easy and it's fast. We shouldn't lose a lot of fatigue here. And we can also gauge exactly how far down it goes. This looked like it was a really long climb. So let's be a little bit wary. Okay. Where's our climbing rock? It should be... There it is. Okay, 1 scent mark is fine. And... if you have vertigo, you might consider looking away. Because this is spooky AF. On the way up, if we need to, we can take a rest on that ledge. Okay, yeah, it keeps going. As the Lonely Island says, never stop, never stopping. Okay, here we go. Alright, so it looks like we've actually ended up on a ledge, which means the climbing wasn't nearly as long as it could have been. Assuming we can walk over this. Okay, there we go. Now, my only question is, does the ledge go around to the right here? I don't think it does, which means we're going to have to go down this tree trunk. Very carefully. Oh my goodness. This is actually kind of terrifying. And it looks like this is the way down. Whoops. Alright, here's the ice. We should be safe. Wow, it actually got pretty dark. Dark and foggy. I don't even know if you guys can see anything. But let's see. Can we find something like a cave? Because that is what I would enjoy. Number 1 is the cave. And number 2 is there's some body down here that the crows were circling over. Yeah, this is really dark, actually. So I think it may be like a monitor setting on my end is maybe giving me a little bit of a contrast advantage. Okay, well here's a dead dude. Has he got anything good on his phone?
That'll come.
Fire Striker. This is like an iPhone 7 with Flappy Bird. I hope this wasn't... Yeah, we're going to have to pop a squat because it's 1, cold, and 2, kind of dark. This is why we keep a stick and a charcoal whenever we can.
Come on.
Okay, that's nice, and let's pop you in. Okay, we don't have anything to cook, which means we're really just burning time here. So let's put the bedroll down, and sleeping for 2 hours might be a little bit aggressive. Yeah, so his temperature bar is empty. And so if I was to just sit out here for too long, I would eventually get hypothermia and keep losing is this? Oh my goodness, look at all these beautiful coals. And I was worried about having fire after using our last coal. Okay. So this is underneath that broken up bridge. It seems like this is not our memento guy. Because I'm not seeing a note that would tell us what the key to that, or the code to that keypad is. I also definitely don't see anything like, aha, hello. Didn't even notice this guy here.
Wonder if this is any good to eat.
The answer is yes. Yes, we did. Oh, you couldn't see in the black screen, huh? I'll have to find a recording of it and crank up the gamma. Yeah, I'll show you what we did. Because I want to check out this underneath area. Let's see if we can charcoal. We can charcoal.
Looks like a new day is dawning.
Okay, supply bin. There's the dude. Prepper cache. Okay, so we need 1 for this to burn down eventually.
Might have to drop some gear.
And 2, need to look for anything. Yeah, it looks like there's definitely no way up from here. Yeah, I told you if you had vertigo, you'd want to look away. But let's see. So we went from up there. We climbed the rope down. Actually, it's quite a bit longer than I was thinking it was. And then we went across this tree trunk. And now we're here. Let's see if there's anything further down this river valley. There's got to be something. It sounds like there's another waterfall. I wonder if it's passable. It might be, it might not be. Yeah, it's a really long ravine, so it goes all the way down here. I don't know if it's passable all the way, but it goes past the prison and actually circles around. And it looks like, hold on. Yeah, it looks like it goes around here and underneath, eventually up in this direction. There's a hydro station. Okay, but this looks like it's a one-way trip if we go down. So I don't think we want to go down. Yeah, it's not saying that there's a cave or anything, so I would want to check that if we ended up over here. Let's see. We're probably around here. I think we can see it splits. I think the way down here to this region we're looking at is probably this climbing zone that's over by the prison. Let's check this. I cannot believe, I'm having trouble believing that the key code is not somewhere down here. So I want to check that guy's body again, and I want to check that supply bin just one more time to see if there is some kind of a note staple to the outside of it. And it looks like we definitely did not need to bring so much food and water down here. I was expecting this to be much more involved. We're still just about underweight. Can drop some of this food. We have enough at the supply. I forgot to, well, I guess it was dark. I also need to remember we need to spray paint a supply marker on that hunting blind. Okay, is there really nothing here? Yeah, there really is nothing. Okay, well that's quite unfortunate. And it's getting cold, so let's head back. Yeah, double, triple check, nothing. Okay, so what did that guy say? Up by the mine, I thought that meant he would actually be in the mine. Looking up the mountain. Maybe there's some kind of a vista or something that we missed. I mean, not a proper vista, but maybe there's a little overlook. Yeah, you know, actually, maybe we check. I think we double check this cave here. This no road cave. Let's. Yeah, I mean, so that's.
My fingers feel numb.
If that was the case, then he would be that body right down there. But if that was the case, then he should have the code on him or near him. And I'm not seeing anything, so I don't think that's our guy. I think you may be onto something when you mention that cave. So we'll head back up the rope. We'll give one more check in the prepper's cache, which is that bunker that we went in that was basically empty. It's possible, because we checked the bunker when it was very dark. It's possible that there was some kind of a note that was pinned to the wall that we couldn't see. Let's just double check right quick. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, where is this? Because I don't know if you guys mentioned/know, but as far as I know, there are 2 locations that have a keypad lock. And the keypad lock requires, as I'm sure you would imagine, power to work. Which means you can only open them during an aurora. The only other one of these that I found was down here in the Bleak Inlet. And it was quite an involved situation to find the code and find where the keypad was. But behind the locked door was actually some amazing stuff. Like very amazing things. We can probably drop... Yeah, we can not need that water. So, here's what we do. I think we quaff this energy drink. Because that should really help with going up here. Maybe even with climbing speed. Red Bull, it gives you wings. But I'm guessing that it's possible that one of 2 things, 2 very nice things, might be behind this locked door in the prison. 1, there might be an ammunition station, like an ammo workstation, which I've never found yet. And 2, there might be a lathe. And a lathe is something that you can use to repair. You can repair manufactured knives and hatchets with just scrap metal, which is extremely strong, because normally you can only repair those with whetstones, and whetstones are hard to find. Whereas scrap metal is much more reliable to find. So let's go into the prepper's cache pretty quick. Just to check the walls. I heard you, punk. Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, you're lucky you chose to run quickly enough. Actually, hold on. Hold on. I guess... Yeah, I guess the paw prints make sense. Based on the fact that he fled immediately, it makes me believe that he's the only guy left in his pack. So as long as that's the case, we shouldn't have to worry about him. Is this... I actually don't think this is where I want to go. Yeah, this is too far down. I want to keep going up to the prepper's cache. Okay, there's his buddy. The one that we shot in the ankle, so now we can get our arrow back. Unless... No, this is the deer that got hunted. Yeah, this is that deer that we were not able to take advantage of. So we are still on the lookout for an extra wolf. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. And here's our arrow.
Not sure why I feel so tired.
Sometimes things just work out. Okay, so if I were a cheeky little spot with a memento or a note, where would I be? I would probably be... Oh look, a bot has arrived. Yeah, I don't see anything obvious up here. We'll check over by the broken part of the bridge one last time after we look in this prepper's cache. Here. Because we can simultaneously warm up a little bit. Okay, anything good here anywhere? Look at the shelves. On the walls, no. On the walls again, it's kind of darker than I was hoping it would be. Scarf, no. I've heard whispers of Seribot, but I obviously haven't set it up yet. Let's see, how can we... Probably worth, just to make sure, worth using a match. Okay, if I was a... Okay, I'll have to look into that. Because I know that it's a thing. I know sort of what it does, but I haven't looked into setting it up quite yet. Okay, it looks like the cache does not have the note that we're looking for. Alright, so extinguish that. Kind of a waste of a match, but not the worst thing in the world. And the wind is picking up. Okay, so here's the plan. We check out this... Ooh, is this maybe a cheeky little way over on the left here? We see if there's a way on the left here. Then we check by the no trespassing sign. And then, on our way back, we check this no road cave. This doesn't look traversable, though. Yeah, that's not walkable. Okay. Because perhaps that cave was where that guy ended up going. Okay, is there any hidden memento? I'm not seeing anything. We checked over here, there was just the backpack. But just because I really don't want to miss it, let's check the backpack one more time. See if there's anything nearby it. Okay, where are we?
Cold is making my head feel thick.
Okay, nothing here? Yeah, there is nothing here. Okay, so let's hit that cave. We can warm up again, and actually, we are extremely tired. Turns out that Red Bull does not give you wings. And we can warm up in that cave too. But let's look at any likely places where we could possibly describe it as looking up at the mountain. Yeah, we don't need the wolf meat. But I'll never say no to a feather. Especially considering how many arrows we're about to be making when we get back to the substation. Okay, let's see. How does this road go? So there's a little bump around, and then the road turns to the right, and that should be where the cave is. Okay. Unless... Was this just a dead end over here, or... Yeah, there's nothing up there. Where, oh where could this memento be? Alright. First order business.
Goddamn freezing.
It is damn freezing. First order business, hop into this cave. And maybe even take a quick nap for a few hours. Wait, hold on. Where's that? Where's the cave I was promised? Did I turn early? I think I turned early. This is the direction of Fool's Corner. Which means the cave should be around in this direction. Let's see, maybe we check up there eventually. But it looks like a blizzard is trying to come on. Let's see, okay, this looks like a road that turns in. Yeah, this looks familiar. Okay. And there's more lichen, so we can make more poultices. Which I should probably remember to do, actually. Oh, so much lichen. I'll take you, thank you very much. And I'll take you, thank you very much. It comes in 3s. And we have 6. Hold on, let me get you. There we go. So we need 3 more. 1, 2, and 3 over here. Two. And 3. Okay. Now let's look very carefully on the floor of this cave, because that's where I'd imagine one of these notes would be. Alright, and it is light enough to see what's going on. Unfortunately, it's not sunny, so if we do start a fire, it's going to be for the match. But we're not hurting for matches. Maybe somewhere deeper in the cave? Okay, hold on now. Let's think. Memento hint. Does the fact that that memento hint is there insinuate that we did not find the memento cache in the requisite location? Let's think. First, let's take a nap. Actually, because if we sleep until we don't need to, it'll be midnight. So let's only sleep for maybe 4 hours. That should give us enough daylight to move somewhere else. Assuming it's not blizzarding. Always assuming. Okay, how are we doing? Still kind of heavy. Not too heavy. Good on food. Good on... could be better on water. I've seen better on water, but water's not the hardest thing to make, and we do have some of this tea. Okay, but let's think. We are here in the cave. We did not find the note. Let's check what that said one more time. Black Rock memo. Find me at the mine. East and up the hill. Looking up at the mountain. East and up the hill. Find me at the mine. That is extremely not indicative. I think we might need to find an alternate way to get over to that mine. That might be the only way to handle this, because he said, not find me near the mine, not find me looking at the mine. He said, find me at the mine. He definitely wasn't the corpse at the bottom of the ravine, because we looked all around there and there was nothing. Find me at the mine. Okay, what we're going to have to do, 2 things. 1, we go down this climbing rope, check out this northern part of the ravine, and maybe as far south as it goes, until we hit a waterfall. So that's first order, second order business. First order business, spray paint a storage mark at this hunter's blind. No. First order of business, pop a charcoal at this road intersection, see where it goes. Second order, spray paint at the hunter's blind. Third order, go around, check out this climb zone, and then we'll see where that puts us. I think we try to make it to Cook's farm, or whatever this is. Yeah, Cook's farm before nightfall. And then we can sleep there. And then have pretty good fatigue to head out in the morning. Because I think by the time we get there, our fatigue should be low enough and it should be late enough that we could sleep through almost until dawn. But let's just keep an eye out to the left here. Because who knows, maybe my interpretation of that memo is incorrect. As far as the note that we found in, what was that called? The note that we found over here, I guess that was the bricklayers or something that referred to this Fool's Corner thing. I think that memento was probably the supply bin. Because you usually don't find something that is out and out called a supply bin. It's usually called something like a fire bin. All right, over here, we did hunt the bear. We hunted the bear, which means we can check the bear. Who knows, actually. Maybe this guy got eaten by the bear before he could get to the mine. So he could be in the bear cave. It also gives us an excuse to go over and charcoal close enough that we can put it on the map. So let's see what the situation here is. Okay, so it turns out that that intersection, this doesn't actually look like a road, just goes straight to the bear cave. Okay, Wedge Cave. Looking for a scrap of paper somewhere. We did kill the bear, and that's why I'm feeling brave enough to brazenly walk into its house and charcoal in front of it. Because while you charcoal, I may have mentioned this to you before, Finn, but while you charcoal, you're stationary, you can't exit it, and time speeds up. So if anything comes at you, it's going to come at you quick, and you can't do anything about it. Let's check this little ridge up here, just to see if there's anything hiding. I think it's probably a dead end. Yes, because that is definitely too steep to walk. Heard footsteps. Or was it just the wind? Okay, I think we're all right. Must have just been the wind. Okay, so we are here. We want to go over this way and get up on this ledge before the hunter's blind, so we don't miss that. We don't miss the way up and have to go up a cliff. Let's see, what do we see? Do we hear? Who's to know? Is this another wolf, question mark? Oh, this is the wolf that had our arrow, so that's the one that ran off. We are okay on meat and pelts, so I don't want to sit around out here and harvest him and possibly wait for a full blizzard to come in, or wait for the weather to take a turn for the worst. Because the first thing that I want to do right now is I want to pop a little spray mark on this hunter's blind over here. So that we can remember that this is where huge amount of meat is. Okay, perfect. And actually, in fact, this is still a lot of meat. Let's take a little bit of this meat and all the uncooked stuff. We can take this down to Cook's Corner. Cook's Corner. Where is that? That's like a real place, but it's not a place in the game. We can take it down to Cook's Farm. And if we sleep there, we can either
I'm not sure I
cook this uncooked meat and leave it at Cook's Farm, because I think Cook's Farm was maybe a little bit light on the meat situation. Yes. You know what? We'll head south, and we'll sweep through this unsurveyed area. That should be possible. It also lets us avoid the moose. Yeah, I want to go down over there towards the lake. Okay, that's a deer, not a moose. And this shouldn't be so steep that we break an ankle. Oof. Okay, that's good. Yeah, let's head this way. Should be mostly downhill, so we should be walking pretty quickly. And we can just charcoal our way back. Oh, man. I don't know what we're gonna do. I guess we can just completely ignore the moose. That might be the exact thing for me to do. Actually, we're kind of getting low on the fatigue meter. Hopefully that doesn't slow us down too much. But until then we can just keep heading this way. This is road. I think we're right about here. Yeah, this should be the curve in the road where it goes east-west. What do you guys think the odds are that this driving snow turns into a proper blizzard and ruins our plans on doing a little bit of surveying on the way back to Cook's? Here we go. Oh, God, that's another pack. Can we get a freebie? Okay, freebie there. And out. Yeah, not a great time for a fire. Pop you. Pop you. Okay, morale is broken. Well, I didn't even hear these guys. What the hell? Okay, so this is arrow number 2. And I did miss one arrow. Here, I missed this guy. Well, unfortunately, that means there are 2 arrows unaccounted for that I stuck in those guys. So as for how I handled moose in the past, yeah, honestly, that could have been... Actually, am I still bleeding? I am still bleeding, and there's an infection risk. So let's deal with that before we just die. Okay, well, bandage on the left hand. This is why I always like to have an extra poultice. Okay, we can make those once we get to the building over here. Oof. Woof is their phrase, but also, and this sounds like it might be a proper blizzard. Let's see. To answer the previous question, how have I handled moose in the past? I've encountered 2 moose in the past. The first moose, well, the second moose I encountered, I handled it by getting my ass beat. The first moose I encountered by sniping from extremely far away and whittling it down before it really even had an opportunity. Okay, so that's just hunting rabbits. Before it even had an opportunity to attack me. And that happened over in Desolation Point, where there's a lighthouse that you can snipe from. Okay. Man, I told you there's a whole bunch of wolf packs up here. Okay, anything nice in here that I forgot? Oh, you know what? We dropped a bunch of stuff at the Hunter's Blind I forgot to pick up. That is extremely unfortunate. I kind of want to go back and get it. Let's see how the weather looks. You know what? What did we drop? We dropped... Oh, because we dropped ammo. We dropped some firearm repair kits. We dropped some whetstones. I don't want to leave those. I really don't want to leave those. Okay. New plan. this place is now another impromptu storage area. It keeps happening. It keeps happening. And actually, the weather's gotten a little bit nicer. I think that's the one guy that we didn't hit with an arrow. So he's not going to bleed out. But we can head back to our whistling perch. How are we on carry weight? Mediocre on carry weight. Leave him there for now. How are we on arrows? We have 6 arrows. 6 arrows. I think, yeah, we have to be a little bit on mission now. Because like I said, I was really only confident with facing one more wolf pack with this number of arrows. And I think that was our wolf pack. Let's see how the weather is once we hit the hunter's blind. Because if it's nice enough, we might actually sleep through the night there. Because we're just about to the point where if we sleep for 12 hours, it'll put us on the dawn. And like before, those 2 guys that we shot with arrows, but that didn't outright die, it was either 1 or 2. They could run off anywhere. So this guy's definitely hunting us, because we have 3 scent marks, but he also has broken morale. Coward. It's kind of cold, though. That's too steep to go up, so we go around. Yeah, this is... Man, this has just been brutal. This has been absolutely brutal up here. But I think we should be good as long as we're quick. The only downside of the sleep for 12 hours up at the Hunter's Blind plan is it's possible that their morale comes back. And if it comes back, then that means if there's 2 of them, we'll have to fight one more time. Yeah, I'm actually leaning towards not sleeping at the blind up here. So let's just be quick. Alright, what is that? I think that's just a little bit of a tree trunk. Oh, and also, we need to... Where is it? Here. Make a wound dressing, because we don't have one right now. So if we... Wait, hold on. I did treat that wound, didn't I? I did, okay. I was wondering if I had forgotten to treat that wolf bite or infection. So far, I've been pretty good about getting to infections and treating them before they've metastasized. Is this a cheeky little shortcut? Can we walk it? Yep. Yes. Okay, good. And here we go. Here's our bear, and here's our blind. So let's pick up the extra stuff. And then... Yeah, I think we still go through the pond to pick up that area, because it is dusk, but usually the sun will hang around for long enough. Okay, what do we want?
My feet.
We want these things. Yeah, this is actually a lot of stuff that we want. Actually, we can drop a little bit of firewood up here. That wouldn't be the end of the world. That will give us some more carry weight, some more move
Drop
speed,
something.
and maybe a couple of these sticks. Where'd those sticks go? Okay. And just some matches, just in case. It's always good to have something you can just start from scratch, more or less. In case you really get caught out here. All right. Now we're good to go. Let's eat and drink what we can. I heard something. What did I hear? What was that noise? I heard a strange flapping noise. It sounded like a flag. What was that? But there's nothing here. Okay, that was just me being crazy. You see, you overtune your auditory capabilities to the point where, yeah, we are actually going to have to be pretty quick because we're almost hypothermic. Yeah, so what the hell was that? I don't know. We're almost hypothermic and we're almost losing... Yeah, here we are. And we're almost very tired. So we actually can't play many games with our condition. We're already about 25% down. I think we're just going to have to find the road and follow it, make a beeline to this trailer. That trailer is probably the safe place to sleep tonight.
We could just lay down. Have a little
But
sleep.
it's good to have a confirmation that I am not... Well, I may be going insane, but not for that reason. Okay. Let's head down before we break an ankle. And that is a wolf. If we can sneak up behind, I will take a pot shot at it. Actually, we're not going to be back here for a long while. So let's go around. His morale is probably still broken if he does see us. Yeah, there he goes.
I'm so cold, I'm warming up again.
So cold you're warming up again? That's when you know you're in trouble. Man, you just have to hunt all the deer? Why you gotta be like that? I hope that deer escapes. No! No, Bambi's mom! Don't worry, this time we really will avenge her. We just need to get close enough to do it. Yeah, we're very borderline for being light enough to do a charcoal, but I think we're still... Oh, you're gonna run away before I can get vengeance? Rude. Let's get to the top of that little pass there, we'll pop our charcoal. That should be close enough to the trailer, we might even be able to see it from there. Okay, we're burning daylight, we're burning condition. Oh, son of a bitch. Are you really proud again? Oh, it's because you had a friend. Alright, well, come on. Let's make you regret that. For Bambi. There we go. Okay. We got the arrow, we don't need the meat, we don't need the pelt. Let's keep it moving. And now, I'm pretty sure those two that were just in that attack were the last two members of that pack that jumped us, which means there's only one member left, which means it ought not have the morale to attack us again until it gets reinforcements. Alright, but we're struggling up this hill. We're working. Working our tiny little leg muscles. Our tired, weary leg muscles. Yeah, there's the trailer. Pop this charcoal. And... it looks a little bit steep to walk down it from here, but let's check just in case. Question mark? I think, yeah, we can do this. It's a little bit cheeky, and we gotta be quick. Okay, but we can do it. There we go. This should be fine. And despite being half on condition, I think we're safe. This is cutting it a little bit closer than I would like to, normally. Man, so it turns out that that bear really was keeping packs of packs of timber wolves away from that area. So I think the next time the bear arrives, I might just leave it there, because I prefer to deal with a bear than wolves. All right, here we go. Now, first order of business
Drop any of this gear.
is toss down the bedroll and sleep for 12 hours. Actually, drink a little bit. We don't have anything to drink. We can eat these peaches, which should help with the drinking. And also, let's drink the herbal tea before we go and take a nap. Improved rest. Show me how improved this rest is. Prove it to me. Oh, that's an aurora. It's a hell of a good thing we met those two Timberwolf packs during the day and not during an aurora. Because that would have been a complete mess. Okay.
I would do anything for a drink right now.
And we should be close enough to Cook's farm to just make it there and not have to worry too much. All right, and it's even dawn. All right, where are we here? So we got this guy. Let's take another detour. I just want to clear out this curve in the road. Because if we hit this and there's nothing there, then that means we don't have to come back and we can just take the shorter route. And it looks like... Oh, that looks like it's something cheeky over there. That's unfortunate. What could you really be?
Heavy.
I think I know where that might go. Okay, never mind. I thought there might be a cave here, but it looks like a dead-end area. And are you locked? You are locked. This is why I always like to keep pry bar around. They're not good for much. Ah, and we do need that soda. Pry bars aren't good for much, but when you need a pry bar, it's the only thing. And that looks like another soda. A knife. A spray paint, a hunting knife. That's a pretty good condition hunting knife, too. A flare, a soda. We can still drink that soda. And antibiotics. Always nice to have some antibiotics. My cooking skill is so good, I don't think it's possible to get sick from eating raw food or like ruined food. Loaf is... Oh man, come on now. This fog just had to show up. It's a proper blizzard, isn't it? Okay, well... I think I'm sufficiently confident that there's nothing worth surveying over here. So now that it's pushed us to it, I'm not sad about leaving that unsurveyed. Let's take a quick nap in the cabin, see if this blizzard passes. The only reason I'm not heading straight on to Cook's is because Cook's farm is, you know, it's like a burnt out, you can't enter it. And because you can't enter it, it may still be too cold in the blizzard. But the cabin is not going to be too cold. Not cabin, the trailer here.
Too much stuff to carry.
Alright, is there a bed? I guess not. So let's bring out the bedroll and try to outlast this blizzard. The only thing that I want to get at Cook's that we don't have here is water. Which we are getting a little bit low on. Still sounds like blizzard outside, but let's check. Oh yeah. Let's wait for 2, sleep for 1. And just keep our ear out. Still hear the blizzard. And what do I hear? Do I hear silence? The sweet sound of silence? I do. I think our blizzard's gone. Alright, great. So we took our shot over at that bend. Let's not worry about that unless we end up there organically sometime later. And for now, we hope there's not a Timberwolf pack at Wolf's... God! You know what? Jesus. Okay, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, let's,
Too heavy.
let's head back over here, shall we? And hope these guys are sufficiently cowed by this fire, but there are a bunch of them. Alright, so... that's why we always keep a coal. Okay, now, 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 5. Look at how handsome you are. Say cheese. Damn. Okay, yeah, 1, 2, 3. Damn. It's a moving target. Actually, you know what? This is probably going to be a little bit more economical. Oops. That was a little bit too confident. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is at least 4. Oh, come on, man. Dodge like a pro. It's not even the one I was aiming for. And we need to remember there's an arrow over there. Let's see, how the hell can we handle this? Probably should have taken that shot. Oops.
Rank is OP doesn't seem so crazy right now.
We still need to take out about 3 of these guys. Okay, that'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Okay. We are reducing on the number of arrows. Where do we shoot this one over here? It went way off. Yeah, how far did this thing go? Okay, we were about here, and we shot it over this way. So somewhere in this direction, maybe in the grass here. Oh, Jesus. Where'd our arrow go? Really now? Can we see it from here? I don't see it anywhere. It's not on a tree trunk. That's a stick. Is it on a stump? No. Let's recreate the shot. Where exactly were we? Something like maybe we shot it farther to the right. It's the only possibility. The only explanation that makes any kind of sense. But honestly, I need to just stop running my mouth about where Timberwolf packs are. There it is. There's our arrow. Okay, so there is, what, one? I think there's one arrow unaccounted for. Yeah, okay. We have 3 arrows unaccounted for. 2 from the previous pack and 1 from this pack. We will keep an eye out for those the next time we come up this way. Actually, those are so precious. Do we go light and do a quick trip around? Yeah, I think they're so precious I can't just leave it be. Okay, so let's hit cooks. Get some water. Drop this raw food. Then we'll be lighter. We can also drop a bunch of this other pelt and stuff.
I need something to drink. And soon.
Soon, you say? Like right now? Okay, we got that. Firewood. Here is our cooked food. Let's get a couple of these. Maybe a third. And let's drop our raw food. Drop, 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 drop. Okay, just overweight. We can eat a little bit and solve that problem slightly. And what else can we ditch here? We can probably leave this extra knife. Yeah. And also this, where'd it go? This jerry can full of lantern fuel that we did not need. I thought that we might need that because if we found a lantern near the mine, we'd be able to use the lantern fuel to explore the mine for a long time. But it turns out the bridge is out. What are you over there? Are you a tree trunk or a stump, or what are you? Oh, I see you, punk. We have 4 arrows. That's a wolf, but it's not running around, so it's not a wounded wolf. Alright. This is another excuse to do a little bit more charcoal, too. And let's just be quick. I don't care about sprinting, because even though it usually burns the fatigue meter that I don't like to burn, we're at a point where it's getting on to be later in the day. So the more... Okay, this guy... Which way are these tracks moving? I think they might be going this way. So that's one of the wounded guys. Let's see for now if we can pop a charcoal somewhere over in this area. Yeah, we'll pop a charcoal up here. See what this gets us. We'll head back to that bend. Oh, interesting. There's a whole thing over here, is there? And we'll head back, see if we can find those 2 guys that we fought back by the pond. Is this... This looks... No, we're down here. This looks like hard edge. That's definitely hard edge. So we can go to the bend. The bend in the road. Pop one there. Always keeping an eye out for... Oh, climbable. Why are you climbable? Where do you go? The existence of some climbable bit implies the existence of a path. So I didn't know this was here. I'm somewhat glad that we came. Let's see what's up here. Could be something good. Could be nothing at all. Okay, so far it's nothing. Is this maybe a cheeky way around? I don't know. Oh, I know where this goes. This goes down to the pond. Like an alternate way to get there. Okay, perfect. This is exactly where we wanted to start off. First, because there's a cave here, we can check. Backpack, and perhaps our memento bro is here. Not memento bro, our memo bro is here. Oh, leave Blackrock. Where does this go? Well, let's put a pin in this. I suspect this probably goes to Ash something or Timberwolf something. Yeah, this says... Yeah, cave system usually means it leads to a new location. And we don't want to deal with that quite yet. We want to go down. Yeah, here we go. And this looks one way. Oof. Be quick about it. Quick about it. Okay, that could have been worse. Definitely could have been worse. Oops. Let's move with the quickness. Ah. I hear crows up there, and I don't remember there being a body before. So this might be one of the 3 wolves we're looking for. Hopefully he's got an arrow stuck in him. Yeah, up there. Can we come up this? Yes, but with moderate difficulty. Okay, and I hear crows farther off to the northwest. I think that might be perhaps 2 of 3. Actually, did he really run all the way over here? No, this is just a man with a revolver.
Thank
Although, as low as we're running on arrows, I'm actually not too mad about this. So let's load it up. No casings, huh? Okay, so we got the revolver in case we need it. But for now, let's stick with the arrows. Yeah, so the lucky thing... I think one of the main reasons why we didn't lose, or basically why we didn't break an ankle go... What the hell was that noise? Did I just hear a weird noise, or was that IRL, or what was that? But to answer your question, the reason we didn't break our ankle just then is because we weren't at the time over our nominal encumbrance limit. And that makes it take a lot longer for you to sprain something. Okay, and I heard crows up this way. It takes a lot longer for you to sprain something if you are going up and down steep. Kind of just letting my ears zero in on where I'm hearing these crows. And hello, Ophi Ubu, welcome. We are busy trying not to get eaten by packs of wolves. It's harder than you might imagine. Alright, what do we got here? I think we're doing pretty good. Actually, oh yeah, now that we found this guy, hopefully he's got an arrow on him, and then I'll be pretty good. And... okay, this guy did not have an arrow on him. Unfortunately. Which means our search continues for more napping wolves. Okay. Aha, okay, so here we have more crows. You don't always get crows circling above a body. Well, yeah, so far, to answer the, do I mostly play this game? So far, I've basically been going through... That's not a wolf, unfortunately. That's that deer that... That's Bambi's mom. No, that's Bambi's mom. Hold on. Where are the wolves? Let me think. Where would a wolf be? To answer your question properly, for now, yeah, I'm basically going through And I wouldn't call it 100%ing it, but I'd say I'm exploring the bits that I've not seen before, which are several at this point. But I won't be playing it forever. Just for now. I think I hear more crows this way, and this is kind of where I would expect those original 2 lake wolves to be. So let's see if we can get lucky here. Yeah, I am a fan of horror games, or survival horror is more my jam. Okay, what do we got? 2 wolves. Wait, these are the 2 wolves that we fought. So these guys, unfortunately, are not going to have arrows. Let's see, can we... Okay, no arrow on you. And no arrow on you. Let's think. Let's think for a moment. I guess we can answer the question. So there are... I have the Resident Evil remakes that I've not played before. I've been thinking of maybe trying a couple of those. Also maybe Project Zomboid. That's more of an indie thing, different vibe, but similar sort of survival management mechanism. But beyond that, I haven't given it too much thought yet. But to answer my question, what is my favorite game? My favorite game? That's a hard question. I might need to think about that for a second. If I was to say, what is the game that I would most like to be able to play again, never having played before, it would be The Outer Wilds. So for now, let's go with that for the answer. Okay, I think... What was that? Was that grass? I think that was grass. I think it might be harder to find these 2 wolves that we stuck earlier than I thought it would be. Because all those crows were over things that did not have arrows in them. So let's, for now, keep an ear out. Let's go a little bit farther north and keep an ear out. I don't want to go so far up north. Yeah, it's getting to about the point... Okay, there is another crow. That's got to be the bear, though, right? I feel like that's got to be the bear. Let's check these crows. And if we can't see anything from that vantage point, we head back to Cook's and then we continue on. Because we've got 4 arrows, and even though we've got the revolver, 4 arrows is pushing it. Repo, Phasmophobia, Outlast. I played the first Outlast. That was quite good. What do I hear? Okay, never mind. We're checking these crows first. I keep getting distracted. But yeah, so actually, that reminds me, I did play the first Outlast. That was quite good. I didn't play the second one, and I have it. Okay, here we have a wolf. Is this an arrow wolf? Could it be? No, that's just a feather. Let's see if we get lucky. Okay, no arrow on this wolf. I don't remember you, and you look like you have something straight and narrow right next to you. Not only is there a crow feather, there's also a pretty good arrow. Okay, so I think the wolf genocide is mostly complete up here. And, oh. Okay, there's a bear. Is that the fire or is that a wolf? I can't tell. I think that might be the fire. Wait, more crows over there? I'm just getting... This is an auditory overload. Wait, lore persona? What's a lore persona? Okay, yeah, these guys are over the bear, which means they're not over a wolf, which means there is no arrow to be had here. Alright, so let's continue on.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Can we see anything from our vantage point? Not really. Oh, do I have any lore? I would say not really is the answer to that question quite at this point. I've not I've not been doing this long enough to really put that enough thought into it for that. That's just a deer. Okay. Okay, for realsies, we're only missing 2 arrows. One of them is probably farther up north that we haven't found. And one of them will be... Could it be? I don't know if we checked this guy over here. Let's see. And one of them is going to be somewhere closer to the southern areas. Yeah, so the model, it looks pretty scuffed, right? I threw it together in Blender. I've been meaning to... Close. Pretty damn close. And I'm surprised you got so close considering how cylindrical the muzzle is. One of these days, and I've been promising this for like a week. That's Bambi's mom. I've been promising this for like a week. I'm gonna fix the muzzle, make it a little bit more stubby, more feline-like, and maybe even learn how to put some textures on. Alright, I think I just heard a violin in the background music that sounded extremely like an awoo. Yeah, I did. I tossed it together, did some general outline blocking, and this is what it came out with. Figure out how to do the mouth. I also want to change how the mouth does. Right now, it's just kind of like it's a very rudimentary 2D kind of a mouth thing. I want a more... something that isn't just binary in whether certain shapes are on and off. I think I have an idea of how to do it, but I do need to look up some tutorials for the details. Well, you'd be surprised. It takes maybe less than you think. Just perhaps a little bit more planning than you'd... Hey, bud. You're not bleeding, so you're not stuck with anything. See if we can sneak around behind. We do have 0 scent marks, which I love to see. You know what? God, leave me alone. Leave Brittany alone. Okay, come on. It's just the 2 of them, so we should be able to end this pretty well. Yeah, get out of here. Pop. Oh, come on now. Pop. Okay, well that arrow is gone. Come on. Come on. Okay, so they're broken. Alright. Now I can pay attention to you guys again. So I don't know what a tier 4 model is, but it's pretty neat that you made it. I'm assuming, based on the number of tiers, that means there's a lot that goes into it. Probably more than this one. And yeah, making outfits is, right now, making any kind of, customization to the model beyond the base mesh is beyond me. It is beyond my skills. Okay. Here's our strat. First order of business. Because we can, we fully harvest this guy. Yeah, I don't know if there's like a meaning to different tiers or if it's a name on its own. It's not something I'm familiar with. Okay, let's see. Will that wolf that we shot have bled out by now? I'm going to say the answer is maybe. Let's see if we can find it from the top of this ridge. Yeah, so if there's... I don't know. Yeah, it's beyond the fact that people use models for this kind of thing, I don't know anything. Okay, can we find that wolf? It's the current question of the day. Food and water, how are we doing? I mean, I guess it would probably just be Yuchi. You know, Discord is the one thing I haven't set up yet. Uh-oh. Is our bow... Okay, no, our bow is like... glitched or something. Okay, now we have an arrow. That's a rock, not a wolf. Now, that wolf that we shot ran off this way. And we're getting hunted. Where are you, punk? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I haven't set up any Discord things yet. Okay, so that wolf pack should be completely dealt with. The only downside is now there are 2 more arrows that need to be accounted for. Okay, hold on. There are little paw pads there. Oh, I think I made a mistake hopping down here. I think I certainly made a mistake hopping down here. Yeah, well, just eat it. Oh, come on, quick. Oh my goodness. Talk about luck. Hold on, there's so many things to read here. Give me one moment. Yeah, so the Discord is not a thing that exists currently.
Time to look for shelter.
And yeah. Yeah, what is the model tiers? I guess people are asking. Where in the heck? Okay, let's just follow these paw prints, because hopefully this is the guy that we hunted. But I don't remember seeing any little blood droplets. Yeah, I don't see any blood droplets here, so I don't think we're lucky. Yeah, and whether or not they're real people remains to be seen. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to write off those 2 arrows for now. Yeah, there's too many questions to be had. But yeah, if you want to drop some knowledge, I won't be mad at it. I'm just going to be limping over to my base, almost arrowless, like a sad boy. Actually, this kind of works out. Let's see, because we are about to the point where we can sleep until dawn. And I love it when you can sleep till dawn. That's true. That's true. It's always nice to have a backup gun. Oh, I see. So each tier is probably more capabilities that the model has. That makes sense. Okay, here's our base. I think that the weather is probably nice enough that we can... I think we can just sleep. Let's first drop all of our meat here. If it gets so cold... If it gets so cold that we can start a fire, we might just cook in the morning. We'll see. Okay, and how are we doing? It is a lot darker than I was expecting. How are we doing on food, water, and weight?
Can't feel my
Those are the
hands.
questions. We can eat some. We can drink some. Okay, let's think. Let's think. How are we... What is the strat here? I think I'm just going to go back to the substation. We can remake our arrows. We can head back to the climb zone, and then we can check the... Yeah. Yeah, that's the plan. Okay, here we go. First,
Never felt so cold in my life.
first we warm up a little bit. Okay, I think this is a good spot. This is a good spot to be, as long as we do have
Come on.
firewood.
Might have to drop some gear.
Add fuel. Fuel. And we can cook in the meantime. So we warm up, we cook. We get a little bit of health back, maybe. Welcome, Tamari. We're talking about models. And how to model and how to different model. Alright, we want to... Yeah, we can just...
Looks like
Meanwhile, I'll just channel my inner Gordon Ramsay. You guys can probably ignore me. We're just cooking. We're cooking like Walter White and Jesse Pinkman. Hey, don't worry about it, man. Seriously, don't worry about it. Because there's a higher chance that I can not get distracted if I know that you guys are being entertained and learning some things. Yeah, because I feel like... What did we have? We fought the wolves up here. We fought some wolves here. We've had like... So, right now, I'm in... What would it be? GMT... -3? -3 is the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Probably -4 or -5. I don't remember exactly what it is. But the question, do I have X? Yes, I do, and it should be the same name. What was I going to do? We have water here. We want to bring water. Did I hear a flag, or did I hear something ominous? Okay, it was nothing. I don't know what a VGen is, and I don't have a Ko-Fi. Because currently, who the hell would, need something like that for me? What was I doing? Okay, we have cook time. How much cook time? 2 hours of cook time. We can continue cooking. I've said this a couple of times, probably not recently. One of the reasons I started doing the streaming thing is to practice being able to play a game and also say words at the same time. And if you see how I'm doing, when I'm doing this Dance Dance Revolution rhythm game
able to carry this load for much
cooking
longer.
thing, I'm not so good at it. I'm having trouble, boss. Pushing the buttons and clicking the right things and saying the right syllables. Okay. Speed this guy up. Let's ditch a decent amount of this food. Because we want to be walking quickly. Okay, that's good. We'll drink some. We'll eat a couple of these granola bars. Maybe just the one. And I think we beeline it for the substation. Because we need to remake some of these arrows. We're low on the arrow situation and high on the Timberwolf situation. Okay, and in fact, there's a rope bridge or a wooden bridge through that little gap right there. But I've got the feeling that there's wolves on the other side of it. So we're going to take the long way. And hopefully there aren't more wolves. I feel like I've been completely misadvertised. This region is supposed to be Blackrock. This isn't supposed to be Timberwolf Mountain. How many arrows would be a good number of arrows? Finn, the answer to that question is an infinite number of arrows would be a good number of arrows. Yeah, so this game, it's you do have to buy it. but it has been out forever, for a long time. So you can probably get a pretty good deal on it if you can find it on sale. In fact, if you have Steam, the Steam summer sale is going on. It wouldn't surprise me at all if there wasn't a pretty good deal on it. But I would like to have at least 10 arrows. I would feel safer with 15 arrows. Because we started this whole trip up to the north with something like 11 or 12 arrows, and now we have 4. Between them breaking and them getting stuck in wolves and getting lost, the arrow numbers dwindle.
Where's the good stuff?
And how much does this game cost? I actually don't remember how much I got it for. I probably got it on sale. So maybe I got it for $5 or $10. I can't imagine that. Yeah, I can't imagine that off of sale it's much more than $15. Now there is a DLC that I haven't gotten, so I don't know how much the DLC would be. I'll also definitely say, oh, this is a birch sapling. Birch sapling means we can make even more. And that's a wolf. Okay, we got. Let's just be quick. Let's really quick grab the birch sapling and let's get out of here before that wolf comes back. Because we do have 2 scent marks. It may be coming this way. Why me? Why me? You know what? We're just gonna go in this car here. And what's it gonna do? Open the door? I don't think so. Oh, have I seen the price for GTA? Yeah, I heard that the base price they say is going to be $80, and then the quote-unquote deluxe edition is going to be, what, $100? Honestly, my suspicion is that it's probably going to be a good game. Who dares a woo? It's probably going to be a good game in the sense that it will have enough depth and breadth to be probably worth the money, but I suspect that they'll have over-designed, over-engineered, you know, basically just spent too long and designed by committee their way into just some, at this point, probably generic slop. It's probably going to be extremely well-polished generic slop, but I suspect it'll be generic slop. Oh, man, but $125? Yeah, depending on which region you're in and all that stuff, I can't imagine. I guess I could imagine. Okay, where are we? We are probably right here. Damn. Damn. Okay, let's pop a charcoal. Oh no! That's... Oh my god. Oh my god. That's why I need to be really careful when I choose to use a charcoal to do some surveying. Okay, he's running. Let's leave before he comes back. He's already coming back, isn't he? Let's just go. Let's just go and hope he doesn't catch up. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm sure there's a lot of hype for Grand Theft Auto, but, and this is me dating myself yet again, I remember when Grand Theft Auto 3 came out, and Grand Theft Auto 3 just had a breadth and the kind of sandbox that you couldn't get anywhere else. At the time, it was really something worth paying attention to, probably something worth playing. But ever since then, it's really just coasted, in my opinion, on being sort of the popular thing that your typical, you know, your typical gamer would play. It's like, it doesn't have, I would say, the soul that I would look for in the typical kind of game that I would like. It's more like Let me put it this way. I've thought for a long time that, yeah, I'm going to derail myself again here, Finn. Yeah, basically, it's too big to take the kind of risks that it could jumping from Grand Theft Auto 2 to Grand Theft Auto 3. So unless they spent the last... How long has it been since Grand Theft Auto 5 came out? At least 10 more wolves. That is... Why me? Why me? Okay, can we... We need to get this fire down really quick. Okay. You know what? I'm feeling merciful against these guys. So what we're going to do here is hopefully put more time on this fire. Yeah, here's our coal. How are we going to handle this? Okay, here's you. Come on. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Can we peg one of these guys? Because what I would like to do is get that torch close enough that he gets really afraid. There we go. Ow. Son of a bitch. Literally son of a bitch. The temp is hot, is what's happening. And again, this is why I always want something. Okay, you know what? Screw these guys. We're not playing around anymore. Come on, punk. Let's get that arrow quick. There we go. There's the arrow. Come on. Nope. Oh, God damn it. Got a little bit too far from the fire. Damn it. Ah, I'm struggling over here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, you know what? I'm not even going to chase that guy down. We're leaving. We're just going. We are OUT out of here. Yeah, it's toasty everywhere, it seems, right these days. Toasty in all the places. All right, let's just take a quick appraisal. We have 8 arrowheads. We have 3 broken arrows. Oh my goodness! It's actually a good thing we sorted that problem before this blizzard came on, because that would have been a real problem. Okay, but we're heading back. You know what? It would not surprise me if there's one more wolf pack on the way back. If there is, I'm going to be so salty. Some would call me the Dead Sea with how salty I'd be. But I think we're going to spend probably the next 72 hours or so in-game just remaking all these arrows. I have no idea how to set alerts up. Actually, I might have an idea of how to set alerts up. I should probably check if they aren't showing. Yeah, honestly, you guys can vicariously enjoy the frostbite and hypothermia. This would be like showing someone who's dehydrating, dying of dehydration in a desert, a picture of a cold glass of water with how hot it is everywhere nowadays. Alright, but I think as long as we just follow this road, eventually there's going to be a hill off to the right, and that's where our substation is. And if we can hit the substation, We can hit the substation like it owes us money. Okay, here we go. I recognize that pickup truck, which means the hill is right behind it to the left. And we are basically invincible once we get here. Yeah, here we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. This was supposed to be just a nice... Yeah. This was supposed to be just a nice quick jaunt. And look at all this meat we have that we haven't cooked yet. A nice quick jaunt up to the north. And it's like... I don't know if you guys have watched Rick and Morty, the cartoon at all. But it's like, what was it, sometime in season 3? You know, in and out, quick 15-minute adventure. And they come back through the portal and just, oh my god. Oh, we could have died. We could have died. Okay, so we have all these cured things. How's our... Okay, and our... We've taken some damage to our clothing. Luckily, we have everything here that we would need to fix it. We've got all the water we could dream of, all the food we can dream of. How are we on firewood? We might be mediocre on firewood, but I think that's okay. Okay, first order business. Let's break down some of these arrows, because we want to get... Not drop, give me that back. Because we want to get an appraisal of all the arrowheads we have. I think we probably only have something like 13. No, let me think. That doesn't add up. It might add up. Let's find out. Okay, here we are. We have 11 unarrowed arrowheads. We probably have somewhere in these... probably somewhere in either these containers or on the ground here, enough birch saplings to make that many arrow shafts. We have... Oh my god. Oh my god, we only have 2 simple arrows. Oops, didn't mean to drop that. Oh my god, we only do have 2 arrows. We were... very close. We were very close to having to have a serious problem. Okay, for now, first order business. Drop all the curables. Second order business. Make a couple of old man's beard wound dressing poultices. Yeah, I also don't have a moderator. But yeah, I'll have to, I guess, look into that. I feel like you have to be providing maybe a little bit more value for a moderator to be a thing. So for now, I should probably handle that on my own. Time will tell. Time will tell. We are half on our eyeball. It sounds like it's still a blizzard outside. I think we just sleep until night. This place should be bright enough to see, and if we don't have... Yeah, if we don't have the blizzard still, we can go outside and we can start cooking. Yeah, I don't hear the blizzard. Let's hop outside.
Wonder if I can drop
And
any of
let's
this
get...
gear.
You guys probably can't see anything, but we have a whole bunch of sticks and branches and coals here. Come, old king. Yeah, I definitely want to see what the situation with the autumn mod is. Then we'll cross bridges as we get to them and not a moment before. Because my multitasking cannot handle so many irons in the fire. I can only handle 2 irons in the fire. Okay, let's pick these up. And first order of business is just... We're cooking Jesse. Okay. Add fuel, not add fuel. Replace all the meat. Okay, and actually, to make my life a lot easier, because I don't know, they decided to... Motherfucker. I just heard a bear, didn't I? I just heard a fucking bear. Why can't you leave me alone? Why? Okay. Okay. I'm of two minds of this. First mind, shoot an arrow in the bear.
All this gear.
But then we have to go and find the bear and deal with the bear. Yeah, this mother... Let's prepare to just go inside. The second mind, what if we just leave the bear here and the bear can scare wolves away? I'm more confident in a... This motherfucker. Don't tell me you're just going to walk in here like an asshole. Oh, this motherfucker. This motherfucker. Retreat! 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 Okay. Oh, smacked the microphone. Sorry about that. Okay, so the bear is going to be a problem. The bear is going to be a problem. Well, you know what? Let's wait just a little bit to do some water and food first. Let's wait just a little bit so that bear can walk off somewhere else and hopefully not eat all the meat that I dropped over there. I would be so salty. Okay, let's... We'll see, Ophi, we'll see.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Let's take a peek outside. Hopefully the bear isn't camping us. The bear might be camping us. I don't hear it. Okay, I don't hear the bear. It may have walked off somewhere else. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with the lore to recognize the emote, but I see it. It's like someone in a black mage robe. Okay, what I was going to do when I so rudely heard that bear is I was going to drop the things that got in the way of my menuing, like a proper speedrunner. And what else was there? These two things. Okay, now... Yeah, I'm not hearing any bear footsteps. Oh, and you're already cooked, huh? So we get our cook on. If these things took longer to cook, actually, we have food, we have water. I'm not super worried about maximizing my time usage efficiency here. So
something's got to go.
Let's add some more shrimp on the Barbie. I guess this would be shrimps in the Barbie. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things go. And let's just, again, we're channeling our inner Gordon Ramsay. Cooking it because it's fucking raw. And playing our rhythm game. Hold on, there's another sleepy nighttime tea. Here, a burdock tea. It was getting in the way. Okay, now we can really cook. That sounds like a blizzard, but you can't blow out my hobo fire barrel. You can't stop this fire. And it should keep us dry to keep us from getting hypothermia. Or frostbite would be the really main issue. Man, look at all this wolf meat that we have that was uncooked. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if we harvested all those wolves that we fought to get back here? Okay, what are we doing? Whoops. Here we go. Okay, things are back in sync. Because Backstreet's back, all right.
Barely walk with this much gear.
All right, real talk though. Are you guys Backstreet Boys fans or NSYNC fans? Yeah, this one though, we shouldn't have so much to cook that we need to worry for that long, but I do kind of want to get a little bit of water here. Kind of want to hope we get a little bit of water. Did I just take that? I just took it. All right. Can't get it right every time. All right, where are we here? 19 minutes, you're cooked. We just keep cooking. Still 6, oh my God. Oh, look at all of this damn food to cook. You know what? It's times like these that really make me miss that 6-burner stove that's at the farmhouse in Pleasant Valley. It is so nice to cook with a 6-burner stove. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I think Justin Timberlake probably, he was in sync, right? I think he was in sync. Justin Timberlake definitely carried hard for those boy bands. Yeah, getting the 6-burner stove is super nice, but I just got some every time, man. Every time I mess up the water. Oh no, and I goofed it. I done goofed it. Okay, where are we? It's almost dawn. You know how it is. You spend all night cooking and it happens. All right, we're not even nearly done yet. Not even nearly done.
Thank goodness. Made it through another night.
God, okay. How do... Water. Let's see, water until boiled. Okay, let's put this on. That needs to take a long time to cook. And let's see how much water we have inside, see if we need much more. Yeah, Justin Timberlake, I think, was really the only one of those two boy bands that had any legs in his career. Maybe Aaron Carter. No, Aaron Carter was in the next generation of those boy bands. And I think, wasn't he Justin Timberlake's brother? I don't remember. But yeah, let's just say when Justin brought Sexy back, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for Sexy to return one last time. Okay, water. This is not a huge amount of water, but it's a start. Do we have any inside these lockers? Not really. Okay. We have cured. There's plenty of deer, bear, and wolf hides here that are cured, so we can repair all of our clothing. That's probably what we'll do next. I don't know who JC Chase is. Unfortunately. That may have been either before or after my time. 3 hours on the cook time. I didn't mean to take that water. I did not mean to take that water. Let's see, water and cook you. Water should be done. Now we can actually remember to do, oh, we did do all the dirty water. We just barely squeaked back before this wolf meat became completely rancid. Luckily, when you cook it, you should get about 50 extra condition on it, which gives it much longer legs than it would otherwise have.
Too heavy.
But in honor of our beautiful Canadian weather here, How long have you guys been melting? I'd say I've been melting weather-wise, probably, especially for the last 2 or 3 days, but probably for the last about week, I would say, is it's been rough. Yeah, I know, right? I guess we can start cooking meat, double meat now. We should have enough water for a while. Okay, 46 5 minutes. Yeah, maybe the distraction is working. You can forget about your heat woes. All right, and these look like they're getting to be just about in sync for the cook time. Whenever I hear a noise that is not standard, like I hear kind of a rumbling, but I'm not sure if it was this guy's stomach or an airplane engine. Certainly not an airplane engine. Yeah, I mean, so this is my guess. There's only a couple of other options. Option one,
This gear's starting to slow me down.
we missed it up here somehow. I don't think that's possible. Because look, this even says mule bridge broken. So that's, not a thing. So viable option one, possibly he's somewhere down here in this ravine area. Option two. Let me back up. The cave, not cave, the mine is right up here. Option two is there's a way around to the northwestern edge of the map. Option three is there's a cheeky way that I don't know about. There's a bunch of tunnels that go between this northern area and the prison here in the middle. Option three is there's some kind of entrance from the tunnels that I don't know about. I think that's less likely, but not impossible, because I've never been in this region in survival mode before, and there may be changes from the campaign. But in the campaign, there wasn't a way up there. 2 minutes on the... More shrimp on the Barbie! Quickly! More shrimp! There we go. Okay. I did not mean to take that torch. We can add this guy, keep the good torch, add some sticks, and add firewood. Okay, where are we? Here are we. Well, you'd be surprised. You might be surprised. Because now that we have effectively an infinite amount of food in sufficiently broad number of locations, we might actually be able to travel fast and light.
I need to find a place to rest.
Okay, that is not everything cooked. All right, first order of business. Eat some, drink some. And honestly, yeah, I know, right? It's very kind of them to be so philanthropic. Okay, we can start ditching this food here because there's no more room in the coal bin. So we can just leave things in the snow.
Like a lot of gear.
Okay, 1 hour and 35. We have, let's see how many batches. How many batches are left? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 batches. Each one takes about an hour minus 10 minutes, so we probably need about 6 hours of burn time. 5 or 6 hours. And these 2 cedar wood should get us most of the way there, and we can micro adjust with the torches. Okay. So let's go. Place. And you're cooked. Place. Actually, it's even less time. I thought that this venison would take closer to an hour, but it's closer to 40 minutes. So we should definitely be good on burn time. Another blizzard. Another blizzard. Actually, so our fatigue meter has officially run out. And it is dusk. So I feel like we're pushing 18 hours straight of cooking. This is ridiculous. All right, how much food do we have left? All right, we just have... Let's see where we go here. How close we get. You need 40 minutes, and you have 37. I think the embers will take care of this. So let's just sneak a little bit of water in. Yeah. I mean, usually I'll stream for somewhere between 3 and 5 hours. It just kind of ends up that way. And I think we can sneak another water in. Okay, that is not finished. But we are. Take you, take you, take you, and take you. Okay, we have... Okay, an infinite amount of food. Okay, nice enough to donate. That is nice enough. I mean, they're fluffy. They have all the good things in the world, so honestly, it's no surprise if they donate. And... yeah, does food spoil in this game? Yes, food does spoil. And it spoils faster or slower depending on where you leave the food. For example, if you have this kind of meat and raw food, that will spoil faster inside than outside. For example, if you have like raw fish, that usually will spoil within a couple of days if you leave it inside. Raw meat takes a little bit longer than fish, but it's still pretty quick if you leave it inside. Oh shit. Oh god, did you guys hear that?
I need to drop something.
The only thing I heard was a bear noise. Why is there a bear in the blizzard? Is he still here? He must have been sneaking right around here. That could be a problem. Okay. 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 Ooh. Ooh. Hold on, I just need to take a moment for my adrenaline to go down. I just need to take one moment because the only thing I heard was a roar. Yeah, so the reason I ask is because I've got the game volume a little bit lower than the microphone volume, so I'm never entirely sure. Oh, okay. Okay, let's think. Let's think. All right, first order of business. We sleep for 12 hours. That should put us comfortably in the mid-morning. So we should be able to see things. We might even have... Okay, sleep through an aurora. I don't mind. There's no reason I would want electricity right now. And I definitely don't want a bath salts bear. Oh no! No! I lost the well-fed buff. Which means I lose 5 kilograms of carry weight. I've had that for 200 days! 200 days of the well-fed buff. You know what?
I need some water.
It's not the end of the world because we're probably going to be crafting these arrows and fixing this food. No, the other way around. Crafting the arrows and fixing our clothes for about as long as it takes. Yeah, to stay. Let's see. Let me actually tab out for a moment so I can scroll up on these things. What have we got going on? Here. No, here. Let's see. So question-wise, so usually stream for somewhere between 3 and 5 hours. Oh, what kind of model? So I'm thinking, model-wise, I'm thinking maybe, I said this, I don't want to jinx it. I said this in the past couple of days. I might do a quick stream to kind of fix up the snout a little bit and maybe even start working on version 2 of how to make the mouth work. And then after that, I think the order of business is learn how to apply textures in Blender and put some color on this guy. So hopefully that answers the what is the model situation question. Okay, and actually to tie a complete bow in the does the food spoil question, if you have processed food like beef jerky or this MRE, these things will spoil slower inside and faster outside exposed to the weather. But yeah, I mean, so for example, this model, what you're currently viewing, I modeled this sort of from scratch in Blender, you know, figured out the rigging situation, and here we are. Like I've been saying, this is why it looks kind of as it does, and let's just leave it at that. Okay, what do we want to do? First thing we want to do... No! Our rabbit skin hat was ruined! I was afraid of this. So let's harvest this for a pelt. The upside is somewhere buried deep within all of these piles.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Yeah, that's another point. It's not always... sometimes it hides, though, so you can't always tell it's there. Easy to miss. Okay, first thing, pick up all these guys, open the door, and let's see, do we have a bear? We listen very closely. We look very attentively. I think we're safe for... Oh. I hear something. I don't know what it is, but I hear something. Yeah. To quietly answer the question, yeah, I made this from scratch. Yeah, I thought I heard a pit-pat. The growling I think you heard was a tree creaking. I think we're good for now. Yeah, that was a creaking noise. I think that was a creaking noise. Okay, first order of business. Let's check the number of birch saplings we have. Because that's... Okay, right now we have 4 birch saps. And 4 birch saps, they are good for actually 12 arrow heads, or arrow shafts. That's really nice. First order business, we need to make this hat back. Also, hello Anna. We make the hat back with, what do we do? What do we do here? Yeah, let's just go straight through. Make the hat, because we're not proper Canadian if we're not wearing a dead animal on our head. Okay, that's good. What the hell is... That noise sounded like an airplane, but I feel like it might have been just one of these corrugated iron things. Yeah, here's something weird. Okay, first order of business, the hat goes on. Wait, here, the hat goes on. Okay, everything is right in the world. Second order of business. We take a look at all of our... equipment and our clothing, and we see what we can repair. So, yeah, what is that weird rumbling noise? Yeah, I guess it really just is the building, huh? Okay. Current order of business. Fix the clothes. Alright, what do we want to fix? We want to fix our boots which we can repair. Not bad. And we can also work on these sewing kits. We have enough sewing kits and fishing tackle that we can repair all these things just fine, I think. And repair you. Unfortunately, I was hoping that these would repair a little bit closer to 100%. Let's see how many pelts we have. Because 23%, I wouldn't want to use it on 23%. Let's see how many pelts. We have 3 cured deer hides. That's not so many that I want to waste them. We have 3 cured wolf pelts, at least in this pile, which we can use to repair this guy. And that'll take us pretty close to 100. Let's drink so we don't die from this. Okay, we got wolf pelts, we got deer pelts. Those are repaired. To my moderate satisfaction, I'm not happy with the crampons. I would like to make another pair of crampons. And that's going to take... I heard you, slut. I heard you. You're coming from the wrong way. Where are you coming from? I know what I heard. I know what I heard. Oh yeah, I know what I heard. You know what? I think I'm happy dodging this guy. Because it's more valuable for this guy to be sharking around and keeping these wolves off us. Okay, so you're... Oh, no. Yeah. No thanks. No thank you. So he can see us from the other side of the fence if we're not careful. Which means we do really need to be quite careful in all this. Okay. What does it take to make some improvised crampons? 4 scrap metals, 2 cured leathers. To repair an improvised crampon, it takes 2 scrap metal, and that only gives you 23% repair. I think I want to make a new one from scratch. All right, but for now, what can we do while we're trapped in here? Not much of anything. Okay. For starters, all this stuff is probably cured. So let's pick it up and get another inventory, because this is a lot of stuff. Lots of saps, lots of guts, lots of hides. Yeah, look at all these birch saps. And let's toss them in a locker for easy categorization and... Here we go. Yeah. Toss all these guys in. All these. All these. And we'll keep the saps. So we have 3 maple saps. That's good for 3 extra bows. And 11 cured birch saplings, which is good for 33 arrow shafts. Did we want more wolf pelt? No. What we want is scrap metal and cured leather. Here's 1 cured leather. 2 scrap. So we're missing 1 scrap metal and 1 cured leather, and then we can make more crampons. Oh man, I mean, so there is a degree to where at that point I would just be happy to have opened the thing, but I would be pretty salty. I would be pretty salty if we open this place up in the prison and it's just completely empty. Okay. We have water here. All this, these are curing. Okay, next order of business is recreate arrows. Yeah, let's put aside scrap metal, and let's put aside the cured leather. Also the wolf pelt. Stump remover, you can go in here. Yeah, based on the good stuff that was behind the locked keypad down in Bleak Inlet, I'm guessing we're probably going to have an ammo bench up there. Just because it's the keypad is a locked door in a prison. It's got to have something to do with guns, right? Which means this stump remover is eventually going to be able to be useful up there. Yeah, man, we got down to 2 arrows. That is rough. That is really rough. Let's hope we're not getting camped by the door here.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Okay. Feels safe, sounds safe. Food's fine. Let's just start crafting. Did I drop all of the saplings? Oh, did I not use the workbench? Yeah, I'm hoping it's an armory. I'm hoping there's like a rifle, and well, I guess we already got we found a revolver in the depths of the prison. Okay. Because we have a couple of extra hunting knives around, and because I kind of want to do a little bit of an experiment, I suspect, and this is something that I think I've confirmed for harvesting, I suspect that every hour of use of the hunting knife, you lose 1 condition. So let's see if we go for 3 hours, if we get down to 70 condition. See where that gets us. And again, it's very dark. It's nighttime. If this workbench was inside, it would be too dark inside to continue working. But because it's outside, and this is why I enjoy outside workbenches more, because it's outside, we can continue working under this cute moonlight. Beautiful sunlight. Sunlight reflected off the moon. Okay. So now, how's our knife? 70. Okay, so it is 1% per hour of work with the knife. Interesting. Seems like on just about anything you do. Let's see. A birch sapling is not good for anything other than making an arrow shaft. So let's just make all the shafts. I heard that. I heard a snuffle snuffle. I heard a snuffle snuffle this way. Oh, you must come around this edge here. Okay. Well, let's head inside, sleep till morning, and then in the morning, we can finally make some arrows. Probably only get 8 or 9 hours of sleep out of this before we wake up and say, "Oh, you're fully rested." But no, I just want to sleep until it's bright outside. Let me sleep. Yeah, food and water. This is... If it wasn't for dodging this bear, this would be like the primo spot. As far as I'm concerned. Let's make sure we're not getting camped. I think not. Okay. And I don't hear anything. Let's finish up these shafts. And let's start work on these arrows. I think each arrow takes about an hour and a half to do, which is kind of a long time. Yeah, it's 1.5 hours each. Luckily, we've got a whole bunch of crow feathers. Maybe not quite enough crow feathers to make 11 arrows.
I wonder if I can drop
but enough arrows to start working on, or enough crow feathers to start working on this. Yeah. Just do 2 at a time. We don't have to get too greedy. And that's a blizzard. The only thing I'm concerned about in a blizzard is now that we don't have fire on, our clothes are going to get wet. And the last time I tried crafting in a blizzard, even though it was obviously warm enough to not get hypothermia, my clothes did get wet when I wasn't noticing, and I got frostbite, which permanent reduction in health, which I feel like we didn't get frostbite again, did we? Did we get frostbite again? I'm gonna have to check that later. I feel like we're missing more health than we should be off of our... I know why. It's because we don't have well-fed. Well-fed gives you a little bit of health, I think. Yeah, it should give you a little bit of health. Okay, well, for now, let's wait for that blizzard to pass. And let's wait IRL too.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Because I think this is a good time for a stretch or a snack or doing some pull-ups break. And also I got this cat that I'm going to feed. So I'll see y'all in something under 5 minutes. Highly recommend you guys get some hydration in you. Maybe get some calories so your blood sugar doesn't start tanking. And I'll see y'all on the other side of this, of this intermission, basically. And we'll see if my body and face tracking spazzes out as I stand up from the seat. Okay. Have returned. Some hydration has been acquired. Some more hydration is being generated. I've got a rice cooker with some beans going on in it. What more could I possibly ask for? Oh yeah, a bear to not be loitering around my house. Okay. Hold on, let's see. No, that's not it. I'm not sure if I'm going insane or if I smell something burning. Well, I think it's gone. Okay, so current order of business is check for the blizzard. Second order of business is continue making arrows. Third order of business is figure out the situation.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Oh, I just had a good idea. There are a metric load of wolves probably over in this area. And the place that I finally want to end up in is all the way up here to the north. There's a bunch of switchbacks and mountains and what have you that go back and forth between wolves and bears and things over in this east-western area. But earlier, we found a cheeky spot on the side of the prison that, if I remember, has a tree trunk that we can use to cross this river up here. So now I'm really wondering which is the best way to go. At any rate, let's get these arrows done.
Feels like night is coming.
What was that? I see you, punk. Are you coming this way, though? Do you really have to come this way, though? Let's see if it comes... I'm not sure how these things path around. Does he have a set patrol route that always goes up this way? Or does he just kind of go between random places and it just so happens that this is the shortest path? Let's find out. As long as we're being sneaky. And the door is right here. Okay, homie is definitely coming closer. Homie is definitely... Yeah, there he is. Are you really coming? Man. Boo! Oh, unless you get stuck? No, you don't. Yeah, let's not wait for him to walk up on us.
Stuff to carry.
We can sleep till morning. Probably. Maybe. Actually, I think so. We're very close anyway. Where's the door? There's the door. My biggest fear is going out this door and having the bear be literally right in front of me. It's not impossible. I bet even this is light enough to work, isn't it? It is. It's absolutely mental. Okay, let's
Looks like I made it through another night.
not get hypothermia. Wasn't expecting it to be so cold this morning.
Damn, I'm freezing.
You're not too cold. And we can sleep for an hour. All right, let's see. Is that 2 more arrows, 3 more arrows, 4 more arrows? I don't remember. Hit the arrows. And then I think we need to decide which way we go. Actually, hold on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone.
Something's gotta go.
Okay, I just thought of something. And it decides exactly what we're going to do next. Exactly what we're going to do. I guess I thought of 2 things, actually. Okay, 4 more arrowheads. Although, I don't remember if we have the crow's feathers to support. Okay, we do. Yeah. Okay. So now we are set in terms of equipment, food, tools. Which means we can start moving fast and carrying light. One thing I would say is maybe a little bit lower on the water situation than I would prefer, but water isn't the hardest thing to find. How about you? Yeah, I kind of did want to repair you, didn't I? But cured leather? Ooh. I also want cured leather for those crampons. I think the gauntlets are just going to have to suck it up for now. Unless there is something... Because we need 1 more cured leather for the crampons. You're not finished. Okay. What can we drop? What can we drop? The maple saps, because... Let's see, how's our bow? Alright, 61%, that's fantastic. 61% will last... I don't want to say forever. Oh, fair. See ya, Kurenai. Until we meet again. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely more water up at the prison. And there's a decent chunk. I don't know. Whatever the auto mod settings are, they're just the default ones. I didn't even know that was a thing to change. What was I going to say? Right, we need to figure out what we can drop. We need to figure out what we can drop to head north, because here's the thing. Inside the prison, there is a maintenance shed that leads to the tunnels beneath the prison, and the tunnels beneath the prison lead all the way up to this northern substation. Oh yeah, fair. So they lead all the way up to the northern substation. If the tunnels are accessible, that's the way we get over there. Yeah, thanks. Bye-bye! But if the tunnels are not accessible, we can still go down this climbing rope and skip all the wolves and bears in the southwestern portion here. But first things first, we need to figure out what the weight situation is. Okay, so this locker will be for dropping things that we might want to come back to later. Like what? Like what? We can keep the food, like the cleaning kits, like all these extra arrow shafts that we don't have any arrowheads for, like most of these charcoals. No, it's probably only been 2 days. We probably are going to get it tomorrow. Yeah, 10 charcoals, 15 charcoals. So no, I don't think we have well fed yet, again. I kind of want to keep the flashlight just in case. We don't need this many flares. We don't have a rifle, so we don't need the ammunition, although I'm loath to drop it. And we don't need so many spray paints or whetstones. Hatchet's getting kind of low, though. Okay. We also don't need more than one recycled can. Or flare shell. We don't have a flare gun. And we can drop the insulated flask here. We don't need a stump remover. Whoops. We also don't need so many sticks. The cured maple saplings can stay here. Okay, we're getting close to it. We are going to have to pick up more food. Start by dropping the sticks. That'll give us a better idea of what we have to deal with. Like here. Always want to keep a handful just in case you run into a cheeky Timberwolf pack. As we have seen, what, 4 times? Sure-footing, frostbite. Are we missing something here? Was there... The moose hide is here. It's fine. I feel like there was a third and a fourth thing. The third thing would be well fed, but I feel like there was another. I can't recall. Oh well. At any rate, we are just under, but we're not. Aha. We now have a whole bunch of arrows. We don't need the revolver. I hope. I hope we don't need the revolver. So let's put that in. Okay, now we have 3 kilos free until we are over encumbered again. If we can grab well fed, that'll be 8 kilos, which is comfortable. But because we need to carry food and water until then, I think we should pare it down a little bit closer. Just be a little bit more aggressive here. We definitely don't need all these antibiotics. And maybe even not all these painkillers. Antiseptics are fine. Reishi, keep those, I suppose. Okay. And it's good to know that there's antiseptic here in case we run out of our old man's beard poultices. Because those are that's the only thing that we can avoid. The only thing we can avoid infection with. Okay. All these feathers can probably go in our our resource storage. All right, now water and food. Take a water bottle. That should do us. Oh yeah, that's plenty. In fact, we're heading up to the prison and we've already got stuff there. Looking foggy.
Too heavy.
All right, eat some of this. Eat a little bit more of it. Drink some, and then we should be... Actually, I don't think we'll be quite underweight. Barely. And I say that hoping that we don't run into a bear. Let's head north. If I'm right about the bear, then that means there won't be that Timberwolf pack up here. And we'll actually take this climbing shortcut. We'll skirt around the edge, try to avoid the wolf pack that got us stuck up on that cliff the other day. We'll be prepared. This is the wrong way. We want to go more this way. Okay. I don't know if the bear comes up here. but hopefully it doesn't. I know. I know. Definitely 100% in the future, if I can't see a way off of a cliff or off of a little hop down, I'm definitely not going down it. Because that could very easily have gone sideways. In fact, I'm almost certain that it should have. And but by the grace of God go we. Ooh. So we listen. I don't think it's up this way. Yeah, I am moderately lost right now. It's definitely back this way. Definitely back this way and to the right. I thought I had seen that little... It's not a cubby hole. Yeah, but you remember north of the substation, there's a tiny little valley that goes to a cave. And I thought that that is what this over here was. But no, this definitely leads to the climbing spot. All right, just about evening, huh? Yeah, this is looking like it. We just hug the left here, and it'll show up eventually. And as long as it shows up before anything else does. Oh yeah. Because if you remember, there was a wolf pack up here. It kind of ruined our day a little bit. And it only appeared after we hunted the bear the first time. So I'm thinking that the bear is keeping it away now. Yeah, here's our rope. It doesn't go too high. I mean, it's not exactly short, but it's also not the highest thing you've ever seen. Oh, too encumbered to climb. Oh, that's right, because I forgot this. And let's see if we can drink the rest of it. Perfect. By 0.03 kilograms. Yeah, honestly, they are just a bunch of yellow-bellied curs. Cowardly timber wolves intruding on a bear. I don't know if you remember, but the first bear that we hunted ran and that was the same bear as was down there. It ran all the way up here to die. It took me so long to find it. I actually had to wait until the next stream to find it. Okay, this is where things could be a little bit spicy wolf-wise. Yeah. And it runs wherever it wants to. Alright, I'm feeling... can we not break an ankle, please? Pretty please. Can we get up, 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 up? Yeah, okay, good. Whew. Felt like it was pretty close. Alright. So, let's head to the prison. And I want to check that maintenance tunnel. Ah, but I don't really have... Let's get a bunch of sticks to make a bunch of... I know, you wouldn't believe. We have 1 scent mark. Don't hear any paw pads. I want to get a bunch of sticks to make torches with. Although, I don't know, do I think I dropped all of the lantern fuel. I did. Unfortunate. So that means we're gonna make a fire somehow and just pull torches from it. Okay. Grab you. Because torches are going to be our best way to have light when we go inside these tunnels.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Okay, rabbit means we should... I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it. In fact, I'm going to drive these before me as a screen. So that surely if there's anything aggressive ahead, the rabbit gets seen first. But Homeboy definitely does skip leg day. Okay, that's just a bit of grass. I think we're good here. Because the wolf that I remember was down that road, not right here. All right, and it looks like the fog is burning off too. Well, hold on now. Now that we're here, actually multiple things to do. This vista, I want to go to the vista. So we're looking for rose hips and mushrooms. Rose hips and mushrooms where the vista is. I think it's going to be somewhere over there. Now the question is, what have we? So far, nothing.
It's dusk, so night can't be far behind.
And yes, this is the place where we went when we got stuck up on that cliff. We just need to not go to the right here. Okay, here's our reishi. Reishi. Is the vista here or is it up to the left? It's probably up to the left here. If I was a betting man, that vista would be right up here. And here's our rose hips.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
Where, oh where is our vista? Over here? Up here? Aha. All right. And now let's see how little we recover surveying this area. I mean, basically useless, but not completely empty, or not completely nothing. Okay, next order of business, see if there's a way up here, because I want to try for this climbing rope. A maple sapling, too. So first we head down into the prison. Once we're there, we can nap in our guardhouse, take a quick inventory of the drink situation. That's what I've been picking up these sticks for. These branches. For multiple purposes, actually. All right. We should be good to get there, because my plan is to try to find that climbing rope to the northeast in the morning. We'll hit that, go down, check that ravine, see if there's any, if for whatever reason, the memo is there that we're looking for with the keypad code. And 2, we clean that out, make sure there's no cheeky way up into the mountain to the north. And when we're done there, we can come back and take the shortcut over to the west that we found earlier. No, before that. We're not going to take the shortcut to the west. We're going to go into the maintenance tunnels. If you see that big mountain in the middle of the screen, the mine is on the other side of that. It's just on the other side. So it's kind of still a ways to the north from here, which is why I'm suspecting, because this northwestern bit keeps going also ways to the north, I'm suspecting there might be a way over there. That remains to be seen. Actually, this is looking pretty good. I think we'll be able to sleep through till dawn. And can we see our wolf friend in here? I know he's got to still be here.
I need to drop something.
Okay. I kind of wish we had been wearing the ballistic vest when we got into all those fights earlier. Okay, we got a bunch of cured guts and pelts. Kind of what we were expecting to find here. Food-wise, we're great. Water-wise, we're a little bit sketchy. Okay. We got flares, sulfur, hacksaws, a busted hunting knife, another revolver. Here's a bunch of scrap metal that we can take back to either... Ooh, I heard an awoo. Yeah, we can do something with all this stuff here. The only question is, where did I leave all the water? All right, let's see. What's your deal? What's your deal, buddy? Right there? I kind of don't want to waste time hunting him. You're really just going to walk up like this? I don't think it's I don't think this guy paths inside, so he's completely ignoring us right now. Boo. Boo. And of course his friends are back by now. If I had a rock, I'd throw it. Okay. Well, let's start by sleeping. Oh, you just saw me, huh? Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Start by sleeping. We will have better vision in the morn. We can find that one pixel. Or was it here? No, it was definitely here. We need to find the one pixel where this bedroll fits. Come on now. This is just silly. Fine, we move the vest. Oh, I saw it. I saw my pixel. Oh. Come back to me. Oh, come on. Come on. Why? Why? Oh! This is seriously ridiculous. Alright, we move this more then. I mean, the issue is, it's not, rotating isn't enough. You've got to also get it left, right, up, and down just right. Up! And I don't think I can click fast enough to snipe it right when... Okay, right about like this. Up! Okay, yep, up. Oh, you know what? It might be glitching. That might not be a real spot. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, bud. Yeah, it's like there's one pixel. Yeah. Okay. Okay, new plan. Back up. Right here. It's dark. Come on now. Okay, where are we? Can't see. Here we are. There's the table. Move the vest again. Surely it wouldn't let me die from whatever the D sleep duration is. What to do? Where's this guy? Right there, huh? That's not the most helpful. This is really brutal. Maybe right about here? No. Here? This is the high quality gameplay that you've arrived for. So here's what we're going to do. What we're actually going to do is we're going to come here, we're going to pick up all this stuff. Get all this stuff out of the way. Then we place the what's the word I'm looking for? We place the bedroll. Not leave. Pick bulletproof, yes. Okay, that should be about all of it. And now we place it, because I know it can fit, I know it can fit near the door here. Okay, fair. Sleep until morning. And then the next time we drop all these pelts in the ballistic vest, we put those somewhere this bedroll isn't. Okay, I didn't even get all the cured guts. So these guys are all gonna get dropped over here. Droppity drop,
so
drop,
thirsty,
drop.
I can't think straight.
There we go. And we can drop the vest here. Where is the vest? Here it is. Okay, that's good. And are we still carrying something that we picked up? Oh yeah, a lot of these branches. But we need those. Okay. You're all the way... I think any water that I dropped is probably... yeah. We just got well fed back. We're in business. We're in business. Yeah, there's just the one that's inside, though. So... I think we just fight. Either he runs or we fight. One of the two. One of the two. I don't know why he's so squirrely right now. But I'm not looking a gift wolf in the mouth. Alright, what did we put in here? Lots of raw food.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Let's go and cook this. We can cook this and we can make water. Because this is actually... So this door here, this is the entrance to the tunnels that go to the northwest. And so this place here is actually not a half bad storage station for it. Okay. Food. And I guess I put all the other food inside here, didn't I? Oh, here we go. Lantern fuel. We can use that. We can make some torches with it. Okay, here's cooked and cooked. All right, first order business. Slurp. Second order business. Are my eyes deceiving me? Have we a sunny day? Second order of business. Start this fire with a magnifying glass. Third order of business. It looks like we've got something like 3 liters of water here. I'd like more. Oh, buddy. You didn't follow us all the way in, did you? Oh, no. These are just the guys outside here. Problem solved. Oh, hey, Gecko. We're currently being trolled by some of these wolves.
Starting to weigh me down.
And I don't know, Gecko, I don't know if you've ever been to this particular location in the survival mode. But there's a keypad locked door right there. And we've gotten a hint that the combination to it is somewhere up north by the mine. We went up to the northeast to go to the mine and found that the bridge to get there is broken. Fantastic. Now we're trying to find an alternate route to get up to that mine. And we're trying to not get trolled by these wolves while we're at it. Alright, water. And let's just get a little... The one thing I'm worried about. Yeah, this is the prison area. Actually, Blackrock is in the base game. It's actually the location of the... Yeah, it's the location of, I want to say, the 4th episode is in Blackrock. You just have to kind of find a way to it. I wasn't... So, of course, the world map is broken when you're inside the prison area. But this is definitely a thing that you should have access to. Even if it's not DLC. Okay, we are definitely going to need more burn time on this. Add most of these sticks. And... yeah, you know, we might actually have to use all this burn time. Okay, but basically, we have this memo. Where is it? Here. It says, find me at the mine, east and up the hill, looking up at the mountain. I got a lead on this door. Now, we found that memo wedged in that keypad in the door. And so we went east and up towards the mine, but the bridge was out. So now the next order of business... Well, see you later, Finn. Hopefully things do go well. I don't even know if we'll get much... I want to at least get up to this northwestern here, and then we'll see if there's a path. But the first order of business is check out this ravine. See if there's a way up there. That should be quick, because it's really just one place to walk, and there shouldn't be any wolves down here. After that, the final order of business is go through the tunnels underneath the prison. Spoiler alert, I suppose. But we'll go through those tunnels and see if there's a way to the northwest. Which there may or may not be. But because I wasn't expecting this to be such a good location for a base, for storage, but because it looks like that these tunnels and or this climbing zone are going to be the best way to get to the northwest here, it actually works out very well that there's a lot of meat here and we can stock it up with water too. So that's our current situation. Which... yeah, I mean, it is... This is... how would I describe it? It's an interesting map. There is, I would say, 3 distinct regions. There's the middle region, there's the eastern region, and there's the western region. You can pretty clearly see that they're sort of separated by this ravine that goes through the entire area. And there's only a limited number of crossing bridges between them. So there's kind of like this sort of micro-terrain that you do need to be aware of if you want to go from one place to another. It's an interesting dynamic. It's definitely interesting. So if you do end up playing the episodes, you will get here eventually.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Okay. But we're basically just stocking this place in preparation. Okay, there's a lot more burn time in the wood here. That's good. While that's going, let's just make sure that this stuff isn't... Okay, still at 97%. This is degrading very slowly, the meat in here. So it must count as an exterior location. Alright. Melting some snow, cooking some meat. And we got all this wolf meat that needs cooking. That, yeah, that was not boiled yet. Not boiled quite yet. But it should just be pretty chill getting prepared. The only unchill thing, the cooking skill, is next, of course, please. What kind of non-Gordon Ramsay noob do you think I am? So, to be honest, this survival run is more than 250 days old. You kind of can't help but get a high cooking skill if you just live this long. And that's part of the reason why these things are... I sort of went on a spiel last stream, but if you look, this says it'll take... Yeah, this says it'll take 15 minutes to be ready, and that says 33 minutes extra. We speed forward, and it's 21 minutes. So this passed 15, and this only passed 12. And that sort of 20% cooking speed bonus is coming from the high cooking skill. And I did a whole spiel the other day. For those of you who are mathematically focused. Earlier this stream, we were up in the Northeast, and we were basically just spending multiple days getting bullied by bears and wolves. Luckily, we were able to eventually limp our way down back to the main central area. But now that things are the way they are, I'm gonna have to be pretty careful on traversal, because this location, Blackrock, is completely filthy with wild animals. There's a lot of them, and they're everywhere, and it's very easy for them to grab aggro on you. We're getting to the point where I want to start double cooking meat. Because we have, actually, we're kind of low on meat. I thought that it would be a lot more. But that's fine. Okay, so this is all of our meat cooked. That means we can go ham on the water. Oh, we're going to get a bunch of water from this. At least like 3 more liters. Probably 4. Alright. Let's get to it. More water.
Sunset.
Double cooking water.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
We're alternating these waters. And can probably sneak another one in even. Yeah, you're boiled. And probably pushing it. Let's leave a can here. Oh yeah. Okay, very nice. So, the situation. The situation is, there's a wolf in the parking lot. So the entrance to Blackrock is in this bottom middle corner. There's a big parking lot kind of right outside that, or right on the other side of the wall. There's a wolf there. There are multiple wolves in the back lot of this area. I would like to bring a lot of the stuff that I'm currently carrying across the parking lot to this area here. But I don't know if that wolf is going to attack us or if it will keep running. For starters, because here's the issue. As long as that wolf is there, the guardhouse and the current garage storage area that I'm in, they're 2 separate, effectively, locations. The guardhouse is going to be good for going down this climb rope and for accessing the shortcut to the west over here. On the other hand, the guardhouse is going to be good for accessing the tunnels underneath the prison that will lead to the northwest. And I have reasons to want storage in both locations. But what I'm going to say there's already food here. Yeah, there's already food and stuff here. So how much food are we carrying? A decent chunk. Let's leave a little bit more food here so that it's easy to access from the tunnels. And let's also drop a little bit more of this water. And then let's try to see if we can get the rest of this food and water over to the guardhouse. Yeah, 2 liters should be fine here. Okay. Here we can drop... Do we have any extra firewood? Not really, so let's leave that at that. Okay. Next order of business. See if we can sneak past these wolves. I guess it's just the one. Let's see if we can sneak past. I feel like it's unlikely. These 2 scent marks might be a little bit too delectable for it to resist. Why did I hear a noise to the left here? Ooh, because he's right there. Are you going to come in here? You are. Okay, so bro is hunting. Can we scare him off? I don't know if he can path through this gate. He keeps turning around. Come on, buddy. You can do it. It doesn't look like he can path through the gate. But at the same time, that's a little bit too much of a quick scope for me to want to jump on. How to handle this? You know how we handle this? We go inside and we sleep. That sounds like a thing that an adult would do. Can you really not? There we go. Okay. I'll probably sleep for only 7 hours. And maybe even that blizzard will pass by. Something is pitter-pattering. Alright. Is bro still here? Okay, it's kind of hard to see. Let's see, where is bro? Alright, I'm feeling kind of cocky about this. He must have gone over to the other side. Is that the other side here, or... It's hard to see in these shadows. I don't want to jinx it, but I think we made it. Yeah, okay, that's good. Yeah, where the hell did he go? Okay, well that's fine. This is where we want to be. Close, nope. Close door with us inside, please. Actually, we can just leave this open. Let's think. It's dark. We can burn time. We have plenty of food and water, so let's burn time here. Probably wait for 3, sleep for 2, is I think the way we do it. I hear those little pitter-patter paw pads. Yeah, I see you, punk. Not interested, huh? No, it's really he just can't path into this building. Okay, so let's eat and drink a little bit. Let's drop what we can. And then we head over to try to find that climb spot to the east. Once we're there, Yeah, a woo to you too, bud. Do we put... This... I don't want to put the food outside here in case he eats it. I don't want to put it inside because I'm afraid it will spoil too quickly. I think maybe the best order of business is actually we'll drop the water here. Because the water can stay inside. We can probably drop 5 kilos of it. We can drop the food just outside the door here. Because food should spoil slower outside. Even if it's not in a container. Okay. Now we are very comfortably underweight. Let's take a quick nap, because going up and down this climbing rope is going to be very fatigue intensive. 2 hours should take us right to, well, maybe 3 hours would have been better. As long as we're quick, it should be all right. All right, pick you up. Drink a little bit of this water. And we can head out. Okay. Now, fingers crossed there are no wolves nearby. There shouldn't be. But I've been wrong before. I'm not seeing any. There's definitely wolves down the road and through that little valley. But we're not going there. We're going to the left here. Hopefully over where this wall is. I would like it to be a little bit less foggy, but okay, nothing. Just a noise. Just a noise. Can we go down here? I guess it'll be all right. And I want to try to find a way up to that tree branch, or that tree trunk. Because I think that little hole in the cliff is a cheeky little spot. I just don't know if you can climb up these dark bits of the rock here. There may be a way to sneak around. Yeah, this is looking more and more possible. But we may have to do a little bit of altitude swapping like this. Yeah, just tack back and forth. Go up as high as you can on the left and then tack to the right. Okay, that looks good. Now this here, though. This looks inaccessible. And that is a little bit spicy. Yeah, that's definitely inaccessible. Okay, so this was a dead end. Just make sure it was dead end. Yeah, because if I could only get up to that tree trunk, we could go all the way up there. But if that really is a dead end, and it felt like getting up here was not intended, so it might be. Let's just head down a little bit past, more down this valley. We'll pop a charcoal here just to fill this out. And yeah, this ought to do it. And there was a little bit of a pass. That was useless. Right here. I'm thinking maybe this here will lead to that climbing zone. I don't have huge hopes for it. I don't have huge hopes for it, but it may be the only way. Really? This is not the way, huh? Okay, next plan. If we go down the road and we turn left, near where these rose hips are, there is a place that I know of that you can climb down You can climb down to the riverbed there. It's kind of over where that wood bridge in the middle of that valley in the center of the screen, you can barely see it in the haze. It's kind of in that direction. Unfortunately, there might be wolves in that direction too. Because I think I might have just had a brain blast and put 2 and 2 together. And what were those 2 and 2? Those 2 and 2 were here. The Blackrock memo says, find the keypad at the mine. We can't get to the mine because the bridge is out. This is not the one. This is the note here. This note... No, it's not this one either. It was a memento. Ah, you know what? Brain blast. Brain blast. Where are the mementos? Here. It's the best way down, which means it's the best way up too. If I'm putting 3 and 3 together, that memento note came from this bricklayer's retreat, and it referred to this memento hint. Now, I thought that this hint, which you go down, you climb down Fool's Corner, I thought it referred to the supply bin here. But now I'm wondering, it said the best way down, which means it's the best way up as well. Is it possible that we keep going down this ravine to this climb zone here? I wonder. If it's not accessible from down here, I wonder. Food for thought. Food for thought, okay. But we're heading down the road. Let's prepare for a fight. Because we're certainly going to find one, or at least one's going to find us. One will find one way or another. All right, come on. Where are you at, homies? We did hunt this pack to near extinction the last time we were over this way. But that doesn't mean anything. And I'm not even going to say anything about it. I'm not even going to say anything about not hearing or see anything right now. That looks brown like a deer. I just caught the tail end of its rump. Now, I have been ganked by wolf packs basically right next to a deer before, and quite recently actually. So I'm still not going to say anything. Keep my big fat mouth shut. All right, here we go. Easy. Easy. Here's our climb zones. Do a little bit of a hop and a skip. And let's see if we can make our way over to that rope. Yeah, there's 2 or 3 of these guys. I don't remember how many. Ugh. He hops down 6 inches, and it sounds like he's doing shot put or something. Okay. Yeah, there should be a way on the left here? Yeah, there is. Okay. Because our rope that we're looking for is this way. But how far this way? I don't know. Not... We should have climbed down right about here. So it's still a little bit of a ways. Let's pick up some sticks along the way. We are low on burn time. And a fire might be the only thing keeping you from getting nibbled by some timber wolves. Right, looking good. Eventually, there should be a way up on the left. But let's actually go as far north as we can. We can get up to these dark areas. I want to pop a charcoal there. Okay, this looks like a way around the next waterfall. And actually, just in case we need to throw some rocks at some wolves, let's pick those up. We can always drop them later. Not so desperate for stones that I need so many for a storage cairn. Okay, that... Usually, when there's a tree branch going across something, that's somewhat promising. But I don't know if there's a way up to it. It does look like a kind of inhospitable spot. And yet, perhaps, there's a cheeky little cliff ledge we can climb up. So we'll check that out. We'll head north as far as we can get, because I know for sure from going down on from Fool's Corner, there's definitely somewhere up here a waterfall that we can't traverse. And it might even be this one, he says, even though there's a traversable little bit across this tree trunk. Okay, just need to not fall. This is actually going kind of farther than I was expecting. Might be a good place for a charcoal. See exactly where we are on this. Okay, so we passed the climbing zone. That climbing zone might be... Yeah, where is it? It could be across that tree trunk that fell across the ravine. Thought I might have heard something. Come on, bud. Can we go around you? So if we can, we're just going to go around you. Yeah, woof woof. Although, I did sort of want to pop a charcoal here. Alright, remember. Yeet is for power and distance. Kobe is for accuracy and precision. Kobe! That was a bad idea. That was a bad idea. Okay. Well, we might just have to fight this one out. Yeah, that, I believe, is the waterfall that we can't go up. Okay, here's a... Interesting. I wasn't expecting to see a rope here. And that looks like it actually goes the right way towards the mine. Very interesting. Alright, so there are multiple things, and there's a cave. Is Bro going to follow us inside the cave? And a deer. Okay. We check the cave. If he follows, we fight. If he doesn't follow, we make some space and we start popping charcoal. We might have to fight anyway. There's enough things here that I want to explore. Oh, here he comes. Come on, punk. Oh, we missed that one. Right over his noggin. Unfortunate. God, that guy was running fast. Jesus. Alright, well, that is certainly a thing. And I kind of need more bandages. Pain, frostbite. Oh, I didn't know there was a way up there. Interesting, okay. Well, While he's working on his final destination, let's pop this charcoal. Yeah, he just went, "Ooh, rah, rah, rah." All right. All right. We harvest, we get some food. We prepare the location because we might actually loiter here for a minute. Oh my gosh, and there are coals? This is perfect. There are a few things that I could ask for more. Lantern fuel, maybe use that later.
Useful.
Okay. We can use this fire. Man, and I just repaired some of these things too. Let's drop most of the firewood. Because we might need all this carry weight to carry this this meat quickly. Because what have we got? We've got whatever that venison has, and we've got whatever that wolf has. The question, though, we have two options. Do we search what I suspect goes to the mine, or do we search what I suspect goes to back to the prison, to that shortcut to the prison that we couldn't go up? I think we check the prison first, then we come back, and if we need to... Well, I wonder if this has a cave underneath it. If we need to, we can double check, or we can sleep and then go up to the mine with a full night's sleep. And that does not look like a cave, so let's just head over this way. We'll get the wolf, cook the food. Probably going to have to bring all the wolf meat up to the mine. I don't know how long we'll need to loiter there. But yeah, I'm almost certain that wherever this rope climbs up and wherever that goes through, that's got to be the way to get to the mine. I can't imagine another route, unless it's somewhere from the northwest. Okay, for starters, 5 kilos of meat is not the most, but it's respectable, and it'll tide us over for a couple of days. Okay. We have become Foggy, Destroyer of Visions. We can grab the venison off this guy. Only 1 kilo, huh? Kind of hoping for more, but 1 kilo of venison is still pretty good. And we'll always take a crow feather. Alright, now let's drop everything that we're going to cook here, so we can travel light. Yeah. Let's head straight to the... what's the word I'm looking for? Straight to that branch over the ravine. Actually, we are kind of low on food. So maybe that wolf was a blessing in disguise. We'll head straight to that branch over the ravine. Unfortunately... well, I guess there's not really anything left to survey. But we can pop a... no, we don't need to pop anything. We can't pop anything because it's foggy AF. How did that wolf get up here? I guess he just climbed. Okay. And actually, this looks walkable on the left unless it's too steep. No, it does look too steep. Let's see where that branch over the ravine leads to. We can come back, cook the food, sleep until morning, and then head up to where I suspect the mine is. We just need to remember, skirt the left side. because that is where our little ledge up to our shortcut should be. Can't believe how rude that wolf was. Okay, what have we got going on? Is this? No, to the left here. To the left, to the left. All your things on a ledge to the left. I think this should be the start of it, right? No, we want to cross that branch first. Cross the branch and then it's left. I would actually be sprinting if we weren't about to climb up a rope. I just don't want to get more than half of our fatigue gone. Because once that happens, the carry weight starts suffering. Alright, is this the way? Yes. Here we go. Yeah, this certainly looks intended. Alright, we just need to not worry about falling off this spooky little tree trunk here. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, it does go to this climbing zone. Interesting. I wonder. I suppose if this ends up where I think it ends up. This is actually looking kind of tall. I don't like that very much. Now, we're not going so slow that we should be out of fatigue by the time we get up there. But it's definitely not ideal. Okay, so that only cost about a quarter of the bar. Okay, interesting. So you're a deer. I actually don't mind taking your venison as well. But we'll leave the rest behind because we don't want to take the time to harvest and then the weight. Okay, that's done. Get a couple of these sticks, all the crow feathers, thank you very much. And let's see if this does... that's a cheeky little sneak spot there. Let's see if this does go where I think it goes. And it's looking more and more like it. Do we have a tree trunk? Yep, exactly where I thought it was. Let's see where that cheeky little sneak spot goes to. Kind of pushing it on carry weight, but we can always take a nap. Always take a nap. Let's see, where do you go? Because you look kind of cute. And I don't recognize this location, or... Interesting, we had a cave. Does that cave have an end? Or does it go through somewhere? Ever since I realized that bridge to the north was falling out, everything up here has the possibility of leading to the mine. But this looks like a dead end. Now, I think I will pop the charcoal just to get this on the map, if I can. It's most likely going to be a little bit too foggy for that. And it's too foggy. Okay. I suspect this is the intended route. Let's see where this ends us up. Okay, just to that cave, huh? That looks like suicide to try and hop over. Because there's no way back. The only question is, does it go around somewhere? I can't quite tell with the depth perception. We're going to have to wait until this fog burns off. So let's sleep for a moment. Just nap for a quick hour. I'm of two minds. One, it's suicide. It's suicide. It's not a place you're intended to go. It's still foggy, huh? Because trying to get back, you'd fall down that ravine. But at the same time, ooh, yeah, depth perception's working here. Let's... Let's go for it. Okay, cheeky. I wonder where it goes. Because this place does not look familiar at all to me. But let's be quick about it too. If it ends us up at the mine, good. If not... well, we can deal with that later. But it looks like we're going somewhere here. Ooh, that's not somewhere we want to drop. Okay. We'll take a nap, because we can't. Take a nap, hope this fog burns off. Because I would like to pop a charcoal here, see exactly where it looks like this is going. And... fingers. Nice. Very nice. Huh? Ain't no way. We went up this climb zone. We went around. We should be somewhere in the left here. That is... I don't know how that worked. I have no idea how that happened. Particularly how this didn't reveal some new location. That was a sneeze.
Getting dark out here.
But
Time
this
to look for shelter.
is turning like exactly where I would expect the mine to lead. That's a wolf. And it's a timber wolf. And it's got friends. You know what? We needed the meat anyway. Sneak you. Sneak up in front for critical damage. Oh, you got a friend. You have 2 more friends. Ooh, shoot. Missed that. And let's see if we can get your bud. I think they smell me, is what's happening. And let's... pop. I missed again. Okay, while you're howling, pop. For free, thank you very much. Then there's only the one left. And his morale should be perpetually broken. Okay, where's the arrow I missed? Here it is. Alright, 13 arrows, that's our number. Now where the hell is this? Where the hell are we? No way. No way. No way we came back here. This makes no sense. Alright, come on, punk, let's end this. Yeah, that's what I thought. There are 2 of you. This was a big pack. Where? How in the hell? Oh, buddy. Buddy, I just hit you with an arrow. And now we are bingo on... we are bingo on bandages. Okay, what the hell? I want that arrow back. Wait. Yeah, I want that 1 arrow back. Did I hear you die over here? I don't think I did. Okay, if we're here, I did not expect us to come out here. How in the heck did we get over here? I wonder, is it possible that that jump that I made took us across? No, it's not possible. I guess there was, when we were in the ravine, we did go down. When we were in the ravine, there was an overhang that we went under. Is it possible that that's what we walked across? Okay, interesting. So, let's see. Where are we? Where are we going? Where do we need to get? We need to get back down here, which means going back through Cook's farm, cross, down again, back up, back to the cave. Okay, that's quite a ways, actually. And I want to find that arrow. What a waste. What an unfortunate waste. I was very confused how we got here. Okay, at any rate, let's make sure we haven't left any arrows in these guys. I don't think I want to take the time to even get their meat. What I want is that one arrow that got away. But he's certainly run off somewhere. Did I hear a snuffle over here? As long as we don't run up on that moose. No, I think we just... Let's go a little bit farther north, see if we can find that guy that we hit. He shouldn't be bleeding out too long from now, if he hasn't already. But I have been trolled looking for lost arrows. There's our moose. Where's our dude? Okay, there's some crows. Are they maybe going where this guy came from? Just don't want to get too close to that moose. Yeah, that was a moose noise. Let's not push it. Okay, we head back, we head south, we head down again. There's 5 kilos of so or meat in that cave. Let's get a little bit more from these wolves. And maybe give our dude time to run around and die somewhere more convenient. Yeah, you're still running around over there. Where's your friend? Where is your buddy? I still can't get over how I got trolled. That's a rabbit. Are we even... Did I get turned around again? I think I might have gotten turned around again. Because this doesn't look like that pass. Yeah, that's not the pass. It should be this back this way, I guess. Because there were no rabbits before. So we just hug the left here. Eventually it will reveal itself. Cannot believe this. This state of affairs. Okay, this is looking more like it. Yeah, there we go. We'll just snag a couple pounds of, or a couple kilos of meat off these guys, so that we can be flush when we get into the cave. Yeah, 20 minutes, that's fine. 20 minutes of harvesting is fine. Alright, we are super smelly though. I hope, my dream, is that we can skirt around to the right here, stealthily enough to get past Cook's farm without triggering any more Timberwolf packs. Man, it's such a shame Pitter-patter, is that a rabbit? That's a rabbit. It's such a shame to lose another arrow. There must be at least 4 arrows somewhere in this northwestern area. All of them on wolves that got stuck and ran away. Okay, let's see. I think it should definitely be possible to get back to that cave before we really start running out of fatigue. Okay, this pass cuts up, and Cook's Farm ought to be right to the right of that big boulder in front of us. As long as we cheat right here, we should be safe. Actually, I don't think I am where I recognized. No, Cook's Farm is across this hill up here, which means we do need to keep skewing to the right. There might be more Timberwolf packs. I don't want to run into them. Don't always have a choice. But if you do, take it. As soon as I say hay bale, I'll know where we are. Hay bale or a triangular roof? Because I think where we are is somewhere up here. Yeah, there are hay bales. Anything moving amongst them? Not that I saw, but noises. Always noises. First order business, hit the wood bridge. Second order business, climb down the ravine. And then we should be safe. Is the bridge here, or did I cut early? Can't quite tell yet, but I think I cut early. Definitely cut early.
I need to close my eyes.
Here's Cook's. Alright, I think we're good. Yeah, this is where the rope... I keep saying rope bridge. This is where the wood bridge is. Recognize enough environmental landmarks. Three scent marks. Gotta hope those wolves haven't come back over here. Alright. Even if they have, we're out of here. Because what are they gonna do? Use their clumsy little paw pads and climb down these roots? I don't think so. I do not think as much. The hip, the hop, the hippity hop. Okay, now, I'm going to have to be very attentive because I want to see where the heck did we cross over from the west side of this ravine to the east side. I did not notice when that happened. It's got to be somewhere after the... What's the word I'm looking for? After the tree trunk over the ravine to the climbing rope. Because there's a tree trunk over the ravine right here, leads to the climbing rope, and we went around here sneakily, went under a sneaky spot. I was almost certain, based on the direction of that sneaky spot that we snuck under, that we were heading up to the northwest. Which is why I was so confused when we popped that charcoal, it put us right over the ravine again. I was like, how is this possible? Is that a glitch? But apparently it's because a little bit cuts back over the ravine. So there must be an overpass that we walked under in the ravine and walk over to get to the other side again. And I wouldn't trust there was a little bit of a gap that we had to hop over that made it a one-way trip, I think. I wouldn't trust trying to go back from the east side to the west side. Because that gap that we had to hop over, would have to hop over, looks much more questionable than the hop that we made to go from west to east. And so, because I've fallen off of a train bridge before and died, I'm not trying to risk that again. Thank you very much. No siree, Bob. So let's get back, cook, see how much water we can make. Well, I guess we don't really need to make a lot of water on account of surely we'll be able to cook things. Still haven't found that overpass. I am very confident that that rope that's on the other side of the cave where we ditch all that wolf meat, I'm very confident that that leads up to the cave. Not the cave, the mine. And so we're probably not going to need to take water with us up there. But we will need to take food, because I don't know. I do want to check the mine out, because it seems like this place is a pain in the behind to get to. If we can loot it and only have to go there once, that would be the ideal. Okay, that, here, this is the tree trunk that goes over, which means somewhere not too far ahead has got to be that overpass. I mean, how did I not notice? It must be there. We must cross there. That's the only possibility. How did I not notice that that's what was happening at the time? You'd think you'd be able to see both sides of that overpass. I didn't even notice. Maybe one day we'll go back and check. Because that is very confusing. That was very confusing to me. Extremely confusing. Okay. Here we go. We go up here, over the tree trunk, and that should lead us to our big open ice area. And the big open ice area, that's where our cave is. So we're not far off. The one downside, at this rate, by the time we go to sleep, when we wake up it'll be dusk again. No, that's not true. We can stagger it. If we went to sleep right now, we wake up at noon. But we can definitely stagger it so that we wake up in the morning and see if we can catch sunny day and save a match. And if we can save that match, I would be very happy. We also picked up an extra fire striker, didn't we? Yeah, so 2 fire strikers, very nice. Yeah, here's our big lake. Well, I call it a lake, it's kind of just a wide pond. Just keep the right side shore in sight, and eventually we'll see our cave. We'll probably see the deer carcass first. But no rush. No rush. The only thing I want to be very careful of is to not lose this well-fed bonus. We lost when we were doing all the repairs and fixing of the clothes and the bows. But luckily, we were sort of forced to loiter for long enough that we could get it back. I cut too early, didn't I? Should still be out here to the right somewhere. So we've gotten our well-fed bonus back, but we don't want to lose it, especially since we're just about planning to go up a rope. And if we lose it, that's 5 kilos less. Yeah, here's the burdock. Deer should be right on the other side. I recognize this. Yeah, that lump looks like a deer. You probably can't see it because it's so dark. Actually, I guess that's just some blood. Head inside, sleep till morning, so maybe 7 or 8 hours. And then we get cooking.
I'm too tired to think straight.
Yeah, okay, so we're not super desperate on water, but we do need to make some. Which, hopefully we took a can. We do have a can. Alright. It is officially nap time. Start with 7. And we wake up to a sunny day. It's going to be a... It sounds windy and cloudy. But I'm hoping that maybe it clears up. It seems like it might clear up. Let's find out. Curie, welcome. We're just about to figure out how to get to the mine in the north of Blackrock that we've been trying to do for days. Getting trolled by wolves and just about anything you can imagine. Okay, that's not looking like it's going to pass. We need to cook. We need to make some water. So, let's just start this fire. How's it going? Well, it's going pretty well. I think things are looking up. Things are looking up now that I'm pretty sure I know how to get up to the mine up north. Hopefully you're finding as much success in your own day. Put a bunch of these sticks in. Water and water. And let's start on this meat. Okay, that guy can go there. We can drink. Yeah, we actually cut a little bit close on the food and drink situation here. Closer than I would prefer. But now we got meat, we got the fire. We're about to have more of the water. We're in a pretty good spot. As far as spots can be considered. Yeah, so there's a blizzard outside. We're nice and warm inside. Good spot cave, we got fire, we got firewood. Literally nothing that the game can do to harsh this eye, man. Nothing to do that. That's one way to do it. Let's get all this meat. And eventually, I think we'll have to start double cooking, as opposed to single cook, single water. But I don't want to stop the water prematurely. 1.5 liters is not too much to be having. But it's blizzardy outside. Maybe it's cold outside. So we really can stay. Oops. We want meat, not water. Alright, how are we doing? Hour 43. And what's the water situation? 3 liters. Almost 4 liters. I think it's time to start double cooking. Because for as long as we are trying to spend in this area, which is not a whole lot, a couple of badges actually do have to use this coal. Yeah, this should do it. Well, it's not that long. And we take breaks in the middle, so... Alright, so we have an hour and 20... I wonder, can we sneak this? Can we sneak this last one of cooking? I don't think we can. And besides, you've seen people do 24-hour streams, right? That's a little bit much. 48... Actually, this will do perfectly. Good. Very good. This is just about where we want to be sitting for this. Alright, cook you guys. The ember should do it. You know? It's close enough. So, order of business. Sleep. Sleep until just about midnight, unfortunately. Ooh, is that an aurora that I saw? Might have been. Or it might have just been dusk. Okay, we can sleep a little bit longer. When we climb up the rope, first we need to... first we need to figure out what's the word I'm looking for? Our weight situation. So we can probably drop some water and some food. Yes. Okay. Yeah. We drop 2 liters of water, because we can always make more later. And 1 kilogram, unless... Can we do something else here? Yes, we can drop these stones, for starters. And what else is expendable? Not too much, actually. Oh, I do want to make more bandages out of cloth. Because we're low on bandages. We've been getting trolled by wolves and their tiny little mouth knives for too much. Keep the saps. You can actually probably drop the guts here. I don't think we'll need them. And they can cure here. Like, okay. So, now we hoof it over the climbing rope. We head up and we hope that it's not a dead end, because that would be a shame. Be a damn shame. All this circling around, getting lost, just to find out that this is not the rope you're looking for. There are worse fates, but I can't think of any at the moment. Look at how cute this cat is. Okay, we'll start climbing, and we hope we make it up. Didn't look like this was too long of a rope. It also looks like there's a resting ledge to our right here. See if it's got anything good on it. Alright, ledge us. And... well, one, there's an invisible wall. No, I guess that was just some ground geometry. Okay. This ledge is just a sleeping ledge in case you get screwed on your fatigue. Which means we keep heading up. Up to the top. Tippity. Alright, for reference, climbing up that rope took a little bit more than a third of our fatigue meter, it seems. So that was a pretty long one. We'll have to be careful here. So make sure, didn't bring... yeah, we brought the bedroll. Might have to use that pretty soon. Especially if there's another rope that we need to deal with. Oh, we didn't know. I didn't even know this rope was here. Okay, well this should be still manageable. Finn, I think I found a way. I think we're almost to the mine. I'll tell you exactly what happened. And I put my big brain to put two and two together. Do you remember that note we found in the bricklayer's cabin in that pond in the southeast? The pond, or the, that, here, down here. This guy, the bricklayer's retreat. We found a note that said, it was a memento thing. Where is it? Here. It said, it's the best way down, which means the best way up too. And if you remember, that led us over to Fool's Corner, and this climbing rope down to the ravine. I think, and we're not there yet, but I went down to the bottom of the ravine and came up, and there's a climbing rope right about here. We just climbed up those two climbing ropes. And I think this is now going to cut over towards the mine. And Carrie, to answer your question, do I play any other games? Currently, I'm going through and sort of experiencing all of the parts of the long arc that I've never seen before. I'm not 100%ing it or speedrunning it, but more of doing like a sort of on the completionist side of things. Actually, can we pop charcoal? That'll be very nice. Amazing. I love how you do things outside sometimes. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Look at this. Tell me that that is not surging towards the mine. Absolutely surging. Okay, there's probably even a cheeky little cave here. And we're going to take a nap in that cave in the morning if there is. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Things do not become more attractive than they currently are. The one concern is, hopefully there's no bear in here. I don't think there is. Okay, so we nap until morning. Because climbing up those two ropes really took everything out of us. Okay, do not mean to press that. We can sleep for probably about 9 hours. It should put us into the mid-morning. It might still be cold. Oh, that's a cave anyway. We should be able to see too. Okay. Water, drink, food, eat. All of these things. Okay, anything in this cave other than firewood. We don't need the recycled candy. We don't need the firewood. Take the candy bar. Okay, nothing else. Not even any coals. Well, the mine, so surely there's going to be coal in the mine. Okay, let's head out. I feel good about this. Let's actually pop a charcoal here to put this cave on the map. Right out here. Don't make it too far from the cave. There we go. Alright, I'm feeling good. I think we should start the drum roll. Because it's getting close. I think it's getting real close. Oh yeah? Is it jank? Too loud, too quiet? Just let me know. In the meantime, let's make sure that we get all these beautiful charcoal. Oh yeah, everything is looking up. Oh, you know what? That does look really loud. You know what I do? No, that's still on proper gain setting. Maybe it's just my voice has suddenly gone strange. You're still going. Yes. And okay, everything seems fine on my end. So if I make it still jank, I'm not entirely sure we'll have to try. Alright, cheeky little spot in here, got a climb zone. I've said it before, these rosehip bushes are really this game's version of yellow paint. Okay, surely there's not going to be a moose waiting for us in the mine. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is looking good. This is looking beautifully. Oh, tell me there's a minecart. There's a minecart tracks. Let's take a look at the other side of that broken down bridge. It should be over here, not too far, I think. Unless I turned the wrong way. Did I turn the wrong way? I can't tell. Okay, mine's that way. Let's check this for dead end, and then we'll hit the mine. Yeah, I do recognize this location now, because the campaign does bring you up here. Is this our dude?
Ah, someone's stash.
Can this be our dude? Okay, it's not our dude. Where is our middleman? Anything good up here? Not really. Not really anything good. Alright, go to the mine. If this is the mine that I'm thinking of, it's actually pretty involved. We'll see how it ends up. How do we get around here? We'll take this coal. Alright, so that's a mine entrance. And there should be another mine entrance down here. Because this is, I'm certain this is the exit that you leave the mine in the campaign. Because when you enter the mine, get a little bit over here, pop into trouble. I want to put these entrances on the map. When you enter the mine, it's from the bridge. That didn't do anything. So where's the bridge? Yeah, here's the normal mine entrance, and I guess it already has the cave in. So that's a no-go. I want to see if I can find the other side of that bridge, just to make sure I don't want to lose any place where that guy could be hiding with his Nemo. But actually, where the hell's the way out here? I could have sworn. I actually think it's this way. But it's completely caved in. It doesn't look like, it does look like there's an intended way over this. It looks all too steep to climb. Okay, well with that said, we found the mine. The guy might be inside. Let's climb in. Suffering across charcoal, not the worst. And unfortunately, I'm not seeing a storm landing anywhere, which I would like to do. Alright, here's the strat. It's not sunny. I thought it was sunny. Let's find as much fire as we can. See if we can, like, all this coal. Let's see if we can start a fire with a magnifying lens. It's not the highest chance. It looks like it's sunny, but the sky says cloudy, the ground says sunny. I don't know what to think. If we can start a fire, we go inside. Okay, no magnifying lens for us. Let's sleep for just a smidge. See if this weather will clear up. If the weather does clear up, we start a fire. If the weather doesn't clear up, maybe we also start a fire. Okay, it got foggy. So that's not an option. Let's take a look inside. Just quickly inside, see if there's any cheeky storm lanterns. If there are, we use that.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
No cheeky storm lanterns. Alright. Anything? Still, well, I kind of jinxed it. It's kind of bright enough to see at least a little bit. Let's check the storage. Cardboard box, noisemaker. These are good to throw at timber wolf packs. Is there a storm lantern anywhere? Simple tools to maybe use. I don't see any storm lantern. I think we're gonna have to start a fire outside. Yeah, we're gonna have to start a fire outside and then bring some torches in. As much as it's not my favorite. Okay, one thing to know. There's definitely only one exit and entrance of this mine, and it's this door here. Which means, okay, we don't have a gigantic amount of food. We also don't have a gigantic amount of water. Can't loiter here forever. Alright, let's start this fire. We can, where did I see a tin can? Well, we can make a tin can if we eat this. I don't think I need to open this. I'm pretty sure I didn't need to open this. And we also can't eat all of it. That's unfortunate. We have one tin can. Which means we can only cook. That is very unfortunate. Was it on ground over here? I don't think it was. But I dream. No, nothing. This is just a rock. Stone. Okay, so we need the fire for two reasons. We need it to cook water, and we also need it to light our torches, and maybe pull some torches from. There should be, I want to say that there's a fire barrel somewhere just inside this, inside the mine. But I didn't see it when we were inside, but it's kind of dark too. So, let's just suck it up, start this fire. Cardboard match is fine.
Come on.
And we can start some of this water. Okay, you're an hour and 20. Let's do... Oh, that was sneeze. A couple more sticks, and let's pull a torch while that water is boiling. Let's take a quick look inside. See if there's anything to see here. Okay, here's a torch.
I could use
We can
this.
definitely use that. And that goes in there. Okay, here's some more coal. We can definitely use coal. I just want to make sure for certain that I didn't miss a storm lantern in the storage room. Okay, we're good. Alright, this area's a dead end, which means the only way is to the left there. Let's see if this is a dead end too, because the other mine entrance was completely caved in. Yeah, this is completely caved in. What have we got? You. And... okay, not much else. Oh, arrow shaft. I would prefer an arrowhead because we've got a ton of arrow shafts. I definitely prefer an arrowhead over the shaft. Okay, so the only way left to look is deeper in this way. It looks like it keeps going. Let's head back. Yeah, there's no fire barrel here. Let's head back, drop everything we can that wouldn't be useful inside the mine. That way we can hoover up anything we find and not have to worry and waste burn time. Okay, so you are... oh, perfect timing too. Start you up. We put the bad torch in, which is this guy. We might end up doing some coals. I ended up tossing some coals in. Actually, probably a good idea to at least toss one coal in.
Or if I can drop any of this
But we
gear.
definitely need to just make more of this water. Okay, let's think. What can we drop? Well, we can definitely drop a bunch of this coal. Maybe even all. And a couple of sticks. What can we drop equipment-wise? Well, we can drop... flare, we can keep that for emergency. We can drop the marine flares. We don't need the noisemakers inside. Might need a lantern fuel if we do find a lantern. Don't need a good hatchet. Pry bar we need. Hunting knife we might need. Don't need the extra spray paint. Probably don't need the simple tools. Okay, hides and pelts. These can get dropped. Saplings can get dropped. Fruit harvest. Ooh, 2 cured leather from the running shoes. Let's not forget to pick those back up. But we can drop them for now. That's it for the food. Okay, this wise, I would like another poultice or anesthetic. But for now, this is acceptable. Yeah, and 34 out of 40. I think we're okay. So let's just make some water. Cook. And cook. Hour and 5 minutes still. How much water do we have? 4 liters and a couple of sodas. Well, I should have eaten these peaches. That would give us another thing to make water in. Okay, 1 coal. We'll do just a couple more liters. Alright. Okay, I am content with this much water. Yeah, it seems okay. Oh, actually, hold on. Hold on, you're right. You're exactly right. So my connection here is jumping around a little bit. If you can still hear me, usually it clears up in not too long. But at any rate, I think actually, let's pull some torches. This might be a good place to end it for today, because it's been almost 6 hours. So if you can still hear, let's pull some torches, and we can use these guys to start out for next time. How are we on? So we want a bunch of torches. We also want water and food, because who knows how long we'll be inside. Okay. Pick up again, and grab a couple more torches. And take a torch. That's kind of a bad torch. See if we can end it on a good torch. Could be better. Alright, that's a pretty good torch to end it on. So, let's hop inside. See if we can get a save. Yeah, which you usually do from entering interiors. Alright, so, it looks like I'm seeing on my bitrates my internet is struggling. Usually, like I said, usually this will resolve itself. I don't know how long it will take to resolve itself. But like I said, it's been 5 hours and 40 minutes. So I think we can probably end it here. Alright, so, let's call it there. Alright, party people. As you've noticed, despite all these timber wolves, I have been Yuchi and I've been Brian.